doesn't mean much. Doesn't much.
Let's get started.
I dreaded this moment.
Hello and welcome to tonight's episode of Heresy and Damnation, Choir of the Void. I'm your host and game master, Azuloth. First, some announcements about this game and our schedule. Normally we would have a game on Halloween. We're not having a game on Halloween.
Aww.
Yeah, sorry. It's cancelled. Halloween's cancelled. I mean, the Halloween game's cancelled. Every other Wednesday, you'll find us playing Lost in Theros here on this channel. Lost in Theros is a 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons game, general runtime of 2 hours. Every other Sunday, which means today, not 2 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, you can find us here playing Heresy and Damnation. Heresy and Damnation is a 1st edition Dark Heresy game with a general runtime of 4 hours. In all my games that I run, I roll the dice behind the scenes. Just like at home. Sounds kind of like this. You're not going to know the results until I speak them, just like the players. Also in all my games, backseat gaming is generally ignored or mocked. In the beginning of just about every rulebook, it states that the DM or GM's ruling is what should be followed, there's such a thing as rule of cool, and, you know, having fun is the most important thing. So we're going to have some fun tonight. I encourage the chat, but I generally don't acknowledge it during the session. Usually because I have so many other things to be doing. And I'll do shoutouts at the front of next stream. So, interesting fun fact. Last night's stream is up to 42 views. So that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And that went for like 5.5 to 6 hours, I want to say. So... yeah. Anyway, let's introduce our players. We got everybody in here, looks like. So, Bart's go first. You're listening to Bart's right now.
Yep. I choose characters with the letter B because I want to be first. You can approve that?
Okay.
Okay, I'm Tao. I'm playing Beetlejuice. I play Bartrand on the Tuesday game. I'm a Psyker. Happy to be here as always. Kiss,
great.
Kiss.
Okay, great. Lee, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Lee. I'm going to be playing Gabriel, who is very certain that combat is not in their job description.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Livesy? Good to see you.
I'm Lucy. I'm playing... yes. Playing Havelock, who has just woken up and is waiting for the caffeine to kick in. So let's see how this goes.
You hang on there and you get that caffeine IV plugged in, okay? Tibbo, go ahead.
Why do you have to say it like that?
Because I wasn't sure if I wanted to read Mom's Disappointed in Me or if I just wanted to say your name.
Well, you read it anyways! I'm Mom's disappointed in me, and I play Maria. And Mom is definitely disappointed in me because I just killed a cop.
Classic Candace behavior.
Alright, Tom, you're up.
I'm Tom. I play Barrick, the fantastic driver of last session.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, who's Candace?
Oh, God.
He muted himself. I win.
Moving swiftly on.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. The chat wants to know, Tao, why you don't pick characters whose names start with A then.
Well, nobody ever said
Yeah.
he was top of the class.
Alright. Who remembers where you guys were last time?
In an alleyway.
On the
And-
side of a Torox?
Yeah, you're magnetically attached to a Torox because you just killed a fucking cop!
I was gonna say a weird BDSM session, but yeah, sure, okay.
Both apply.
And I suppose, well, yeah, I mentioned this last time. I really don't have to gather evidence because I know what happened. But also, I guess I do need to gather evidence to hopefully prove that this is in fact a murderer.
Mm-hmm.
Not super my problem, but it's enough my problem because I have a vested interest in being correct.
Yeah. Alright, so you guys are in the warehouse district. On the streets, right outside the Imperial District. Tom has been shot to death and died in a car accident. Or motorcycle accident. Induced by Maria Luminet. And
See, I didn't kill him. The light did.
Barack Narius. So, Maria, you've been arrested.
Is it both my hand? Like the manacles are specifically like a bracelet, like similar to a singular handcuff, and then a magnet on it, right? Am I stuck with like two of those to the Taurox or just one?
Yeah, it's you're bound
Completely
with your hands.
Okay.
You're also like adhered quite high up the side of the Taurox, so you're almost on your toes. You're not on your you can't touch the ground with your heels. So you're you're barely on your toes there. So this is almost like you're being put in a position that's extremely uncomfortable, that's hard for you to get any leverage.
Okay.
With that in mind, anyone else want to do anything while the rest of the Arbites are responding and reinforcements are on their way?
Gabriel is going to make because they still don't trust everyone at the I don't trust anyone at the precinct actually, is going to be like using their picked recorder to make sure they get all the details and also bagging. He had a data pad on him specifically, I believe.
Yeah, he had a data slate.
Actually, for my contemporaneous notes, can I get a list of what was on him?
Yes. Yes, you find the following, because it's all been pulled off his person already by Maria, who deigned it the responsible thing to search the body. There is a shotgun of some kind. It's got the stamp of Castor and Crane on it. You've never seen this kind of shotgun before. It's probably not yet in full manufacture or full distribution. It's your basic stub automatic. There is 18 shells of Grox shot, an injector, 3 doses of stim, an umbrella, a mesh glove, pair of mesh gloves and vest with his uniform riddled with holes, bloody.
Mesh gloves, mesh vest, and uniform.
Yep. His ID, his arbitrator ID. His chrono. A pack of Malfian Blues glow sticks. 2 magazines for size for 9p. Probably for his suppressed stub automatic. A chameleon cloak. He didn't have a data slate, he had a picked recorder on him. And he had a Cyber Mastiff control slate. He also had a mono knife, some brass knuckles, and a baton.
Okay. Before people arrive, want to do this properly, but I also don't trust anyone. So I think the least obtrusive thing to do is, with my gloves on, just start looking through recorded photos in the picked recorder.
Okay. You find some pictures of the recent crime scenes.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it. Yeah.
Okay. I will then copy all those photos and send them to my data slate.
Okay. They arrive on your data slate with no problems.
Cool.
Anyone else?
No, I'm good. I'm probably going to be in enough trouble with this. I'm going to, kind of keep a low profile.
Mm-hmm. You're just gonna hang out in the car?
Hang out wherever they tell me to hang out.
Okay.
Also like to take a look at the Cybermastiff control slate.
Okay.
Just, I guess, which Cybermastiffs it's been controlling or meant to control.
Okay. You try to log into it. You don't have a Mastiff handler's control codes,
Right.
so you can't log into it.
Okay. In which case, I will keep it in its evidence bag and show it to Havelock and say, this is something we'll need access to, whether it be through your credentials or the deceased's credentials. It'll probably tell us a good deal about why the kennel records are as fucked as they are.
Yes, we can do that now if you'd like. I can just give you the access code now. But if you prefer to wait till we are elsewhere, then we can do that too. It's completely on your time schedule at this point.
Yeah. We'll do it in the lab. Because there's a chance that, well, actually, we probably should use his credentials in case there's some kind of... I'm not ruling out the possibility that he's somehow a tech heretic genius, because, well, I'm not ruling out any possibilities right now. But, thank you.
You're the expert on the matters.
And I guess... Yeah, the rest is just doing my job, as the issues of my job pointedly ignoring the fact that this is someone I've worked with for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Alright then. Unless there's something anyone else wants to do, we will move on. I will take the silence as a no. Okay. So reinforcements arrive from the precinct. More RIDs show up and secure the scene. The rest of you are generally removed as Dr. Calworth comes by to release the body for transport back to the precinct. When Calworth stops by, you're still over by the body, Gabriel. Brutilla has had the other Arbites escort Beetlejuice, Barak, and Maria back to the precinct. Maria will be detained, as will Barak. Beetlejuice, you'll be free to wander the bullpen, but you won't have access to the two that have been detained. And then Brutilla will leave the scene, which leaves Hastus. You know, you can go about your business. If you'd like to return to the precinct, you can. If not, you can do whatever. But Gabriel, Calworth comes up and says, I did not expect this sort of outcome.
What outcome were you expecting?
Well, I sort of expected that there'd be some kind of raid on some random citizen's home, and that would be that. I didn't expect it to be one of our own, and I didn't expect Tom to be implicated. I certainly didn't expect someone to mow him down in the street like he was some kind of common thug.
Well, I want to scrutiny him real quick.
Go ahead.
Would you consider this investigation related?
I mean, it depends on why you're scrutinizing him.
His demeanor and tone, maybe it's Gabriel's paranoia, but it sounds almost like regret over a mishandling of... It sounds like he had a hand in how this played out.
Okay.
And so he's trying to parse his words. If I can get seen this before, I will take it. If not, then I will roll scrutiny.
No, seen this before. Go ahead and roll scrutiny.
Okay. Why is it not going through?
Do you need me to click on it?
Nah, it'll be fine. No. Unlikely.
Yeah. The doctor just seems disturbed.
You spoke to him a few times after incidents. I don't know. I just read in the logs when I was catching up on the case. He did note a few times that he seemed, or at least the record noted a few times that he seemed anxious and perturbed about, well, this.
I thought that perhaps it was because he would be under more direct scrutiny from the Lord Militant and the Justicar after the adjutant's death. It might also have something to do with the fact that he was reassigned away from his drug and gangs task force to this case again.
What I never got was, if he was looking to keep a low profile, why such a high profile target? You know?
Who, the adjutant?
Yes.
Perhaps they did not know who the adjutant was.
Well, I suppose we will never know now.
Oh yes. Whatever his involvement in things may be, if any, we won't know the extent of that now. now that he's dead. He says, alright, let's go ahead and get this over with. He kneels down and he begins his preliminary examination.
Gabriel's going to be keeping a very close eye on Calworth.
Mm-hmm.
Helping, obviously, but
Yeah.
sort of just... Gabriel would know what to look for if a person's trying to destroy forensic evidence.
He isn't. He is slipped back into his normal teaching mode, where he goes about, pointing out the various gunshot wounds and the traumas that are immediately visible on the body, and then he points out the kill shot, which was one of the ones that hit him in the back near the kidney. He says, this one perforated his kidney, it looks like, and traveled further into his torso. Based on the sizing of the hole here, I don't see an exit wound either. Do you know what size weapon was used?
I don't have that on hand, though. What's the caliber looking from the beveling and the bullet hole itself?
I would say a 5.56. Not a normal caliber for this sector. Usually we deal in 7.62 when it comes to powder firearms. Perhaps an Alston Kep variety of weapon? The shooter's weapon was taken, correct?
Yes, it'll be a simple matter to compare. I can do that once we get back.
Yeah, so that's just checking boxes at this point. I think this is the kill shot, but I'm unsure. Looks like it did a hell of a lot of damage, though. He's putting his pen light in there, and it's just a mess. Alright. Well, get the bag, and we'll load him up and take him back to the precinct.
Specifically, nobody saw him die. Like, you know what I mean? Like, nobody saw the shot that killed him. It's assumed that it was one of Maria's weapons, and she did, in fact, shoot him in the head afterwards.
Yeah.
But, okay. It's mostly out of character. I've completely forgotten. Is Maria using an Alston Kep 5.56 kind of weapon?
The sprayer is a 5.56.
Okay. Gabriel will, once they've taken him back, will definitely still do the ballistic check properly because they want to be sure.
Absolutely. Okay. Anyone else for this scene, or are we good to move along? Just want to do a final check.
No, I'm good.
I think we're good.
Okay. Moving along. So, Havelock, I believe you will return to the bullpen.
Yep.
All right, there you go. There's your boy, and there's your good boy. Here's Beetlejuice.
Oh, I'm no kind of boy?
I don't know how you identify, man. I'm not in charge of that business.
You could try to compliment me, but that's fine.
Alright, you sanctioned witch.
See? That's way better than an unsanctioned witch. He gets it.
I'll tell you what kind of boy you are. You're a witchy boy.
Oh, that's the good kind.
Alright.
So when you call me sanctioned boy, you're saying I probably won't shoot you on sight instead of I will shoot you on sight.
We'll at least have a moment to think about it before doing it.
Good. Also, I didn't ask, but is Barak also detained?
He's also detained, yes, for questioning.
Okay. No good deed goes unpunished, or in this case, just hanging around goes unpunished.
Oh. You know.
Uh,
Brock is a witness in the slaying of Detective Tom Wren. Alright, so Brutilla is going about her business, filling out paperwork furiously. She's barely taken off her away gear. It's kind of in a pile next to her desk. You guys are free to have a conversation here if you'd like. No? Just, you guys are all still stunned as to what happened?
Well, no, I was just building up my character voice, which is not different from my voice at all.
Oh, sorry.
Arbitrator has his Havelock.
Yes, Mr. Beetlejuice.
What is the procedure after killing a witness?
You mean what happens to the person, or what do we do?
I mean, besides being probably a witness to the crime, if not the culprit, or after they've been killed, what do your investigators do next?
Well, usually what we would do is we'd let the detectives handle the work. I'm still kind of... Well, to be completely fucking honest with you, Mr. Beetlejuice, I've got no fucking idea.
Beetlejuice goes and takes
a... within inside of a couple of days, we charge them, then we usually either hang them, put them to servitors, or if it gets violent, which it usually does, we usually just shoot them in the fucking streets.
While he's saying that, Beetlejuice, immediately after he says like that, let the detectives do the work, he's gonna take a look at like Brutilda. Can you give me like from a 0 to 100 how ticked off she looks?
Go ahead and roll scrutiny.
Scrutiny.
I can't wait for you to fail this and then like skip up to it to have a pleasant conversation.
There you go. Okay, so she looks pretty pissed off. But also a bit confused. Maybe.
Okay, I better just looks forward. Did I receive the email saying that Maria stole my money now?
From the phone? Yeah, if you check if you check your if you're going to check your personal emails, yeah, absolutely. You've got like your bill is in there from, Horizon Wireless and yeah, Hazaroth Wireless. We'll go with that. We'll lean on the subsector. Hazaroth Wireless, and it is for 2 data slates, not 1.
That's 50% of my life savings. He puts it back.
Sorry, 50% of... What?
I have a feeling that Maria stole most of my money.
Would you like to press charges now that she's in custody?
I feel like she doesn't need more to pile up on her.
Oh, thank fuck. I hate paperwork.
It is a thankless job. When are we clear to look at the evidence?
Well, considering I'm more in a security role, and you, Mr. Beetlejuice, are in more of an advisory role, I'm gonna say whenever the detective fucking says so.
Are you on the clock right now?
I'm going to assume so.
You want to take a break and smoke some lows and get some recap?
Havelock's going to sit there and think for a minute. You know what? After the shit show. Yeah, let's fucking do it.
Beetlejuice and Havelock probably have a average time. Your relationship has increased. This is a dating sim now.
Plus 5 points. Hey, you can go in the break room or you can go somewhere else. There's no rules against smoking indoors in the 41st millennium.
So, do you like jazz?
Uh-huh. The 40K naming convention, they just put ium at the end. Is this jazzium or popium?
It's actually
If you need to read a book, you go to the librarian.
It's actually pronounced jizz. Thank you very much.
Ah, yes, just like in Star Wars. This is a real fun fact. There's a.
I fucking hate you, Tao. I really do.
He brought it up.
And they're called jizz whalers.
Oh, God.
Alright.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay,
Alright.
I'm back in my lab, and I'm looking at the Cybermastiff control slate.
Alright. Alright.
Switch.
Me and Tibu should not work that well together. We're like the 1-2 punch of like flashbang in word form.
Can I basically, now that he's dead, as is normal, can I get his personal information and access codes so that I can access his things for the purposes of investigation?
Sure.
Okay. Then I would like to access the Cybermastiff control slate.
Okay. You find that there have been 4 Mastiffs have been tagged to that slate. And they are Lock, Shock, Barrel, and hold on. Yep. Nope. Yep. Lock, Shock, Barrel. Actually, 5. Lock, Shock, Barrel, Ripper, and Terror were tagged to that. All 5 of the missing Cybermastiffs have been tagged to that control slate.
That's going in the report. Secondarily, pict recorder. Basically, I want to confirm that all of the photos that were on his pict recorder exists somewhere else. Like there's a copy of them either in my systems, in the precinct's records, just to make sure that he doesn't have any extra photos of crime scenes that we don't have.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and give me a tech use.
It is a success.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it looks to you that all of these photos are already existing in the investigations databank.
Good to know. I want to date on the Malfian Blues, basically when they were purchased, either by or if I can't do that, cigarettes have expiry dates, so that to give it a timeline as to when they were purchased most recently. How many are left?
Oh, there are about 8 left, and they were purchased a few days ago.
How many are in a pack? I don't smoke.
20.
Okay.
I don't smoke either, but I know that.
Okay. Confirmation on the ballistics for all the bullets, but specifically the killing shot in the kidney.
Sure. Go ahead and give me one of those I've seen this befores.
Lovely. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So that big double crit shot was shot that blew out his kidney, cut his vena cava across near the spine, and lodged itself in the other kidney.
Okay. Transverse shot, and that's confirmed to be from Maria's weapon?
Yeah. It's from an
Okay.
Austin Kept sprayer, which has been fired repeatedly recently.
But specifically because Maria's been detained, I can compare it to her weapon exactly.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
It's a match.
Lovely. Just as a off chance, I want to swab or test the mono knife, the brass knuckles, and the baton for any residue that would imply they were used on an organic subject recently, especially the mono knife.
Okay, do a seen this before. Clean.
Clean. Okay. Now, is it clean? Like there's a residual cleaning chemical on it?
Yeah, but that's the same chemical that you guys use in your armory.
Okay.
So he cleaned it at the precinct.
And the brass knuckles also?
Brass
clean?
knuckles are clean, but they were cleaned a while ago.
Same chemical?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The baton's basically never been used.
Okay.
Apparently not a fan of beatdowns.
I want the serial number on the Camellia Line cloak. Is it from our stores?
It is from your armory.
Okay. This shotgun, this new one that's unknown. I guess I want to just document it very well and come up with a sort of you can't really do ballistics on a shotgun.
Sure you can. I mean, not in that way, but you can do it on the shells, the ejected shells.
Yeah. Okay, I'll basically generate a profile for the shells.
Okay.
Just so I'll be able to recognize if I've seen that. Actually, we haven't found shells at any of the crime scenes, period. So that's not really gonna come up.
When you crack open the breach, it is the shells are in there. The fired spent shells are in there.
Right.
So the way that this particular shotgun works is there is a cylinder, much like a revolver, where the shells are placed inside, and there's a mechanism that turns it when the trigger's pulled to load the next shot into the barrel. So it works just like a revolver. It's just large than a shotgun.
Well, this is not a Castor and it's got Castor and Crane symbol on it, but it is not a model that Castor and Crane sells. Period.
Currently, it's not a model
Currently.
they sell currently.
And is it a model they've sold in the past?
No, it looks like it's a model that's pending distribution approval.
Cool. Okay.
Just out of character. Are you sure? Because in the market traders there is the Castor Homefronter, which is exactly what you're describing.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, hey, this is on sale soon. If you went into the store, they would say you can place an order for one, but they're not ready yet.
Right, okay. I completely understand now. Thank you.
Yeah. It's a good question, and good thing to point out.
That is good to know. And the suppressed stub automatic, get a ballistic profile for that for comparison purposes.
Yeah, this was the weapon he used to fire back in the garage.
Right. The stim, is it clean? Is it like medical grade? Or is it street grade?
It's clean Arbites issue.
Right. The injector, does it been used recently? Does it have stim in its...
Has not been used.
Has unused, okay. As in, this hasn't been used recently, or it's been cleaned out, or...
I mean, it looks clean to you, like it hasn't been used.
Used ever.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I'd like to do a microscopic analysis of the needlehead because reusable injectors will accumulate wear. And
Sure.
I definitely want to know, like, I want to be certain that this has been used.
You have seen this before.
Okay, cool. .3 degrees of success.
Oh yeah, this one's been used. Once you stick that bad boy under a microscope, it's been used before, and there's some trace chemicals stuck in the little jagged edges.
Okay, I wanna assay those, figure out what those chemicals are.
Yeah, okay. Matches the street profile of the Obscura that you've received.
K variant or KN variant or S variant? The KN variant being the higher impurity version that Sophie Clark had in her body.
Mm-hmm. That's the one.
Okay.
As someone might say, Bing pot.
Yeah.
This is like a, I'm just imagining this forensics montage.
It is, yes.
Of Gabriel just, taking, samples of stuff, looking at it under the microscope, firing a gun into a water chamber or into ballistics gel, cut back to Havelock and Beetlejuice. So, psychic powers, psychic powers, psychic powers. Recap. More montage of looking at things under microscopes, shooting things into water tanks.
The opening sequence to The Office.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mesh gloves investor Arbites issue, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay, and no fiber, basically go over it with a fine-tooth comb for fibers and hairs that could be foreign.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a seen this before.
Lovely. 0.6.
Yeah, it's clean. Either he's cleaned it himself or, it's just got his stuff on it.
Okay. I mean, it's been a while, so it's not a super likely outcome. The umbrella. Actually, in the folds of the umbrella, that would be a good place to trap if it was being used somewhere. In the folds of the umbrella, the basically if there's water or the ferrous oxide dust that I'm looking for, or
Okay.
basically any whatever's trapped in the folds of the umbrella will tell me about the last time that it was opened.
Looks like it's just a little bit of water.
Okay, and it's rainwater, seems
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, rainwater. I mean, it's almost always raining here on St. Astrid's.
Yep. No.
Sunny
Oh,
days are days of great importance for the people, because that is a day they can go to the beach and actually enjoy it.
Of course. Chrono. Actually, underneath the chrono is another good place that residue gets trapped if they frequently wear. Chronos are watches, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So under the watch, if they're a habitual watch where the underside will have stuff that gets trapped, so check there for my ferrous oxide dust or anything that I'm not expecting.
Mm-hmm. There is some rust, but it's from the watch itself.
Okay. The uniform, it's got its bullet holes, but I'll check it over like I do the gloves and the vest.
Yeah, it's just got the stuff that you expect to find from him on it.
Okay. And his ID. With that, actually, can I check to see what he's been doing on our cogitator systems recently?
You can certainly try. That would be a tech use.
Okay, I will attempt a tech use. Uh, 0.6.
Looks like he's just corrected some reports, spelling and grammar and such, inserted notes.
Okay, I would like to... Sorry.
Things that you would expect a supervisor to do.
I would like to double check and see what the original report said and see if there are any significant... If he changed anything that changed meaning or findings.
Oh, no, none of that kind of thing. Just,
Okay.
rearranging sentences and that sort of deal.
Okay.
The occasional, this is clunky, or I'm not sure what the hell you mean by this. Fix it.
Right. Well, if you don't know what I mean by it, maybe you should get a degree. Anyways. He's dead now, it doesn't matter.
Nope.
Okay. I think... The 9P magazines, which I assume go with the stub automatic, I've got a ballistic profile of them, and they're unused?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I have a report that I will head back to take to Detective Azura's.
Okay. Here you are. I assume you guys are both in the break room, Beetlejuice and Hassus. Yep. Okay.
Detective.
Yes.
I have news. You can choose how to take it.
Great.
I will share my report, highlighting specifically, of course, the injector with K invariant obscura on it, the Cybermastiff control slate that has our missing Cybermastiffs, and the Camellia line cloak that was improperly checked out.
Conclusive circumstantial evidence that points towards Tom as having murdered Sophie Clark.
Yes.
Great. Okay. I guess write it up and I'll submit it to the Justicar.
Of course. There is, of course, the matter of finding the secondary location. I would suggest looking into Castor and Crane. He had a model of their shotgun that's not on the market yet, and if we're going after manufactorums based on the ferrous oxide dust, there seems as likely a place to start as any.
Alright, I'll ask the Justicar if we can do that.
Of course.
Oh.
And, Detective, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not personally, but sort of in general.
Well, I'm a bit personally sorry, but I appreciate the sympathy.
It's not sympathy. You understand, I'm... In any case, you knew him better than I did, and, I'm sorry.
She looks a little confused, like, if it's not sympathy, what the fuck is it? And, just, alright, well... I guess... Go ahead and prepare your report.
Of course. And Gabriel will do just that.
Okay. Meanwhile, back at the ranch over here, what would you guys like to talk about, if anything?
I get Beetlejuice is waiting for like some clearing out or some like some kind of like a heads up from somebody. Like it's Gabriel, the Justicar, and like Matilda time to do, and he would not be able to like talk with the people that are detained or like look at evidence. So I'm just waiting for now.
Okay.
Smoking and drinking.
Mm-hmm. Havelock, you have anything you want to bring up to Sir Beetlejuice?
Nope.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, over the course of the rest of the day, a couple periodicals come out.
Oh, I hate these.
Do.
There are 2 entries for the same date.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. I was like, hang on, wait a minute.
Why are there 2?
Oh no. That's a very to the point headline.
Okay. It's the both of the 26th. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, there are 2 of them. So I'll go ahead and show that to the to L chat.
Who was the other person arrested?
Tom. The actual Tom.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, technically I was arrested.
Oh, okay.
Detained. You were detained.
Lightly bashed.
Like I said, technically arrested. I'm not, not fully arrested, but I'm not free to go either.
Partially arrested.
Yeah, I'm only half a step away from being fully arrested.
Who writes this shit? Is what Gabriel says.
Good
Is
thing
this
that wasn't
your-
out of character.
Detective, is this your reporter writing this shit?
She says, it could be. They don't sign all of them. So it could be Malkovich or it could be somebody else in that office. Which one in particular is shit?
Rise in violence is darkness to blame.
Anything to drive papers. You know what it is. Oh.
All right.
The usual fear-mongering sort of thing that helps keep people in line. So, anyway. I have to go meet the Justicar in a little bit. Yes. So I probably won't be back. You're free to, once you finish up your report, you're free to go home. And tell Havelock and Beetlejuice they don't have to stick around.
Of course. I did have a question, though. I like to think that I'm somewhat more observant than Commissar Luminette. I feel like I would notice if there was a cybermastiff in my house. But as it stands, we don't know where the other 4 are.
Yeah, that's a concern.
Right. Okay.
I don't know what to tell you, Gabriel. I don't know where they are.
If I get eaten, I am going to haunt you.
Do you want to go with someone back to the barracks? I don't know where you live. Where do you live?
I live in town, and I don't tell people where I live. For this reason, actually. But it seemed like Maria's place got found.
Do you want someone to escort you home?
Actually, I just like no, the control slates didn't work on that thing. No, I'll figure it out. Thank you, though. Sorry for wasting your time.
Not a problem. She gets up from her desk, grabs her coat, and says, "Alright, I'm going to go to the meeting. I'll see you later."
Good luck.
So, Gabriel,
Yes.
did you happen to access the Cybermastiff slate?
I did. Actually, here, you can take a look at my report. And basically it'll show everything, really. And it'll confirm, basically, Lock, Shock, Barrel, Ripper, Terror.
It's Ripper, Terror, little Shocker, and Barrel, yeah.
Yes. Which one was the one at Maria's place?
We didn't identify it. We just know it's one of those.
Right.
Give me a second now. I think we did. Let me check through my notes.
Right.
No, we didn't actually.
Yeah, we had an idea. We know that Havelock saw him before, the specific dog, and we got those names by looking at the ones that were checked out at the moment, which we know all 4 of them were, so we're also looking for the 3 others.
5 of them were, and we're looking
5 of them?
Yeah.
5 and 4 are missing.
Well, I guess 4 now, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not going to let my paranoia get too far ahead of me. They said we can head home. But if you will note, my report does pretty squarely place concrete circumstantial evidence on Lieutenant Wren's head.
Right. Out of character, does this slate actually I'm not too sure what kind of information does it give? Like, does it give location, whether it's online, like?
Oh, fair.
Like, what information can I glean from the report?
Are you sharing the report on Tom's body?
Yes.
Okay, let me real quick do a handout then.
But specifically, yeah, I guess the since you know more I would sign off I would get the cybermassive control slate from the lab and sign it off to you to further examine.
Here you go, Lucy. Shared with you.
Oh no, I was more talking about the actual control slate more than anything else.
Yeah.
Like what information does it?
Which I will
provide?
Okay. Sign out and hand off to him for
okay. Sorry,
he knows how they work.
I misunderstood. So what it can do is it's more of a, sort of like a thing, sort of like an RC car controller. So it can, you tap into one of the dogs and then you can issue commands from the slate. And that's about what it does. It doesn't give you a location unless you're close to the dog.
Does it give like a status of like online, offline, that kind of thing?
As long as it's in range.
Right. Damn.
Go to where we dropped the body and see which dog fits the description, I guess. If knowing the name of them would even matter at this point.
What am I Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, well, it would help in the sense that we'll know which ones we still need to find.
Mm-hmm. The investigation still isn't over, even though he's dead. We still need to know if he's the copycat or not, even though we have our suspicions. Going to his mom's house that he supposedly went, even though she's dead. The warehouses that you, Gabriel, mentioned. I guess we still have things to do if the sun's still up and we have a car to use.
Oh, I have done so much of my work. I'm going home to sleep. I didn't sleep last night.
Well, I'm mostly talking with Havelock.
Fair
I
enough.
have my cup of Rica if you want it.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Have a good night, though.
No.
And Gabriel will head out.
Okay. So, Havelock, Beetlejuice, are you going to continue to investigate while the sun is up?
Yeah, I pose that to Havelock. Up to him.
How much time of daylight do we roughly have left?
Probably 4 hours.
Do I have Bratilla's personal cell number?
Yeah.
I would like to give her a call.
Okay. You give her a call, and it looks like she declines your call. She's probably in the meeting with the Justicar at the moment.
Alright, Havelock's going to leave that there. Right, Mr. Beetlejuice, I think it is a good idea. However, I do not think it's a good idea to do this on our own without any kind of formal backing. This is now a formal investigation. Everything needs to be done above board. You and I are not detectives or investigators by any means. So we wait for the detective to essentially tell us what to do.
I see.
What we were doing
Gabriel has
was really illegal. Now what we'll do will get us killed.
As I understand, Gabriel does more of lab duties, and Maria and her driver seem to be preoccupied for the moment, so I believe that besides them, it's just you and me and Bratill in the investigation now.
Yes, you've summed up exactly the situation.
It was more of a question to know if there was some other bodies that would join us that you know of.
No. Like I said, this is now an actual investigation. We cannot be doing things on the sly, on the back end. This is something that needs to go through the books now. If we go around kicking in doors, especially with this newspaper report, if we're sitting around kicking doors and we go to the suspect's place without warrants and other things of that nature, you and I will end up in the cell opposite of Maria and Barack.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm gonna go take some downtime. You do whatever you wish, Mr. Beetlejuice, but I suggest to you heavily that you take some R&R. If you do anything but, and you are found out, I will not be able to help you. And Hassus will pick up his shotgun, motion to the door for Mittens, and he'll begin to walk out.
Okay.
Yeah, Beetlejuice will do the same. I believe that between like the bar and the conversation that they had at the break room, Beetlejuice will probably like giving you his number or like the personal number probably.
Okay.
Also, he would probably have asked Havelock to fill him in on like the decade and a half that he was not on this planet. Did anything interesting happen? But that's a question for Havelock to either improv or the DM to intervene.
Go ahead and improv if you'd like, Havelock.
I mean, outside of the small orc invasion, no.
It's very cut and dry. Mushroom. The moon is haunted by mushrooms.
Yep. Mushrooms started to grow arms and started shooting stuff, but that only lasted for like 4 years. It was fine, don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, that's fine. Beetlejuice is gonna go back to the barracks. Probably make a report to the Lord Militant.
I'll be right back.
And he actually... This might be a roll, but I would like to ask if, with knowledge of the warp, if getting closer to an eclipse and increase of violence is somehow correlated.
Okay. Let's see what you got. You don't have a forbidden lore, though.
Yeah, I know.
Alright.
It would be like a very, like a basic, like, I think I might have heard this before, but not much. God damn it, I took a minor power. I was like, forbidden lore? Or not? Because this hasn't not involved a lot of warp recently.
Okay, well, you can go
Gosh
ahead
darn it.
make an intelligence check at, let's call it -20.
Oh no, that's so bad for me. Okay, let me do it. Intelligence -20. Oh, that's bad. No.
Yeah, that sounds like bullshit to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just regular people being paranoid and anxious and jittery.
Beetlejuice is going to focus on reviewing what he learned on Holy Terra, which will translate into me using that XP next session.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Man, everybody's going BRB. Jesus. God, if you guys needed a break, let me know. Okay. Barrack, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. You've been sitting in this room for a few hours. You're by yourself. There's a table. You're not handcuffed or anything. You've just been put here. The door has been locked. There's a camera in the corner that's recording. And there seems to be a window on the other side, but it only reflects... It looks like it's a mirror of some kind. The door suddenly opens, and Rutilla enters. Closes the door behind her. She sits at the table across from you. And says... Alright. Why don't you tell me what happened?
Well, after the guns started going off in the garage, you yelled, stop them, or to stop him, and I went to go see if I could help, like, chase him down somehow.
Mm-hmm.
One thing led to another, and I got in a car, and kind of just sort of happened, you know?
Well, I mean, how did it happen? Continue. Describe what happened.
Well, most of it, I guess, was just kind of, for lack of a better term, is luck in finding him, because after he peeled out of the garage, we kind of lost him for a couple seconds, and then as soon as we found him again, Maria, who jumped in the car before I left, started shooting at him, and then a couple twists and turns later, I guess, once again, lack for a better term, she got a lucky shot off, and, well, it kind of happened like that.
Alright. So Maria shot at him.
Correct. But he did shoot first, if I remember correctly, as we were chasing after him.
On the road, right?
Yes, on the road.
Because I recall us shooting first in the garage.
Yes, it was after we left the garage, when I was following him in the car, and he shot first at that point.
Hmm. Was there a point during this that it occurred to you that perhaps following him so closely, or continuing to chase after him after you had been shot at in the car, was perhaps not a good idea?
I guess hindsight, it does make sense that I shouldn't have.
What was your plan if you had caught up to him and Maria hadn't shot him?
Well, I was thinking I could kind of like nudge his bike enough so it wouldn't be, viable to ride anymore, and we could chase him down and catch him then.
I see. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Not at this point, I don't think. Nothing comes to mind, really.
Alright, Barrick. Do you need anything? A drink? Something to eat, perhaps?
No, I'm fine right now.
Alright. She gets up, and she leaves, closing the door behind her.
Does it lock?
You get up and you check it?
Oh, I was wondering if I could hear, like, it lock or not.
Oh, go ahead and make a perception test.
Nope.
Nope, you're not sure if it locked or not.
Okay, stay put. I assume it locked. I don't think I'm free to go yet.
Maria, are you back yet?
Oh, I don't want to be.
You have been placed in a similar room, except you are manacled to the table.
Well, that's about right. Okay.
The door opens, and a man walks in.
I'm gonna just look him up and down, see what he looks like, see if I can guess anything based off of rank, etc.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception test.
This thing. Oh boy. I gotta close all these stupid. A hero is a big stretch. You said perception.
Mm-hmm. This guy's fancy. He's probably in charge. He's got some medals on his chest. He's got some fancy epaulets, and he's got a slightly fancy hat. He's middle-aged. His hair's gray. It's cut short. Steely blue eyes. He sits down. He takes off his hat. He puts it on the table. Puts the file on the table.
Maria won't say anything and just kind of like, just keep eyeing him.
He kind of smirks a second. He picks up the file folder, he opens it, he starts reading.
Is he reading verbally, like out loud, or is he just like...
No, he's reading He's reading silently.
Okay. Maria won't say anything.
He says, so, it says here that you asked for this detail.
She will continue to not say anything.
You asked the Lord Militant for this detail in particular. As soon as it seems that your unit was going to be shipped out to Malice.
Based on his demeanor and everything, can I determine what kind of like rank or structure he's in?
Go ahead and make a scrutiny test.
If it would matter, I do have common lore Arbites.
Sure, yeah. You can take a bonus for that.
And would you say that this is a formal situation in which he outranks me?
Absolutely.
That doesn't help scrutiny because it's not a fellowship. Shit! Oh wait, yes it does. It's scrutiny. How much is the bonus for my Arbites?
Plus 10.
Okay. Come on. What? Oh, shit. We'll re-roll it.
Okay.
Why not?
8 points spent.
Oh, there we go.
This is probably the Justicar.
Okay. She will continue to not say anything, knowing that he's basically already made up his mind, and nothing she says right now will help her in this situation.
Mm-hmm.
So she opts for silence.
Okay. The Lord Militant was happy enough to oblige you of this quest. He looks at you pointedly. Then he frowns for a second. He says, when your file came across my desk regarding the events earlier today, I recognized your last name.
She still is refusing to speak to him.
Okay. She says, I've given him a call. He's on his way. That's out of personal friendship with him. Has nothing to do with you.
Oh man. The shitlord me really wants to say something. The shitlord me really, really wants to say something.
Okay.
Oh. She's just gonna look at him, and in her, like, most sarcastic tone, she's going to go, "Thank you ever so much, Lord Justicar. How will I ever repay you for that favor?" And then just, like, kind of roll her eyes.
Oh, it's not a favor. It's a favor to your father, because You know, he's going to know ahead of time why his daughter's being executed.
Mm-hmm. She nods a little bit, and then goes, someone check Half-Lock. Dying! Oh, sorry, that's now.
I was
you okay?
drinking a cup of water while you were saying that.
Little rude that you would expect of me, but I also understand.
I was drinking some water and I choked up when I heard executed. Nice delivery, CJ.
You forget that I do this kind of crap for a living.
You say to people that they're being executed?
Oh no, not
Yes.
that, but
Yeah,
the interview part.
Who
no,
doesn't?
it does work in the American justice system.
Holy shit.
Well, usually... Never mind. Maria would like to think back to her very brief encounters with the Arbites and try and remember if she gets any chances to... Like if this is just going to avoid court entirely,
Oh yeah, go ahead and give me a common lore Arbites. Plus,
Oh,
you can get a extra plus 20 for your contact with the Arbites in general life.
as it would turn out, Maria is something of a night school lawyer.
You're aware that they can just judge you on the spot and carry out sentence on the spot. There's no such thing as a jury necessary for this. You killed an Arbites. That's a fact. We know you did it. We have the ballistic evidence from your gun, the fingerprints, the testimony of your driver. We know you mowed him down in the street. He is dead. So, as a favor to your father, I'm letting him know ahead of time of your execution, which is pending. How soon it is might depend.
And that would be on
You. On what you have to say. On what you have to offer. So, I suggest you begin to talk. And I suggest you be very convincing. Because if you're not convincing, your execution will come that much swifter. And based on what's in this file, I think you're quite attached to living the life you lead.
I guess it's an in-character question. Does Maria know that, I guess let me ask this. Is it possible for Maria to simply just request a court-martial trial instead?
It is...
Given that she's part of the PDF and military functions?
It is possible to request that. However, you do realize... Maria realizes that it is unlikely to be granted because it would be the Justicar's purview to give up jurisdiction because one of his own was slain.
What a bastard.
Well, it is what it is.
She's... Well, you're the one who asks questions then, I guess.
Oh, I have no questions. I have the facts here. It's up to you to fill in the gaps, as it were.
She lifts her hands up to show that she's magnacled and blatantly cannot reach the file and is like, what do you want me to do? Like, I can't see the gaps you're missing. And is just like, okay.
So when you decided to kill him, let's start there. Was it for any particular reason?
Decided to kill him. He shot at me and I shot back. I guess we'd be splitting hairs. Any particular reason? Well, we could start with him planting a cyber mastiff in my house, killing Sophie, being a general bastard, leaving me locked up for dead in an evidence locker. Take your pick.
So you felt that it was your prerogative to take and do my job.
No, quite the contrary. I was, in fact, aiming to shoot him off of his bike. He's just a terrible driver.
I see. You have a way of twisting words. That will not benefit you here. Note that every time that you twist them, I see the manipulation happening as it is. That does not help you. That only moves things forward. You are not an Arbites. You do not carry the power to dispense justice. It can be excused as a simple return of fire had it stopped. But it continued well into the streets. You had every opportunity to cease direct chase. You had every opportunity to leave the firefight, to retreat. So, why did you persist?
We chased after the criminal suspect that you and, or rather, your detective had reasonably led all of us to believe was a copycat killer. So under her orders, me and the other one, whatever, she'll like wave her hand kind of like dismissively, whatever his name is.
Oh,
we're going to shadow him.
Your flippant disregard for those that have helped you is quite illuminating.
Anyways, we were to shadow him, and, well, as we were trying to gather evidence, more so today, we learned he was trying to flee the area. Upon seeing him flee, we realized very quickly he would not be back. Well, considering he knows the ins and outs of this city and your systems, I'm fairly certain had he gotten away, we weren't going to find him again. And I consider that a very dangerous threat on the streets. And considering he's been able to sneak inside a fairly well-defended apartment complex and drop off a Mastiff, and out of character, does Maria knows that the other 4 are missing, right?
I believe
that was
so.
mentioned by Havelock.
Yeah.
I think when we were down there, yeah. And considering that 4 more are missing and he had control of them, I deemed it pretty, well, intelligent to chase after him and stop him as a threat.
I see.
So we gave I originally shot trying to just force him off of the bike to skid out, and we would arrest him there, or at least detain him. However, he continued to escape, so I gave chase. We rounded a corner, he opened fired with his weapon, and given that Maria has some kind of understanding of weapons, because she works with the PDF, would she have recognized his weapon at all?
No, because that weapon's not on the market yet.
Okay. So she would recognize that it's not out yet, especially she went to the gun store the previous day.
She would, well, you went to a different gun store. She would recognize that it is not recognized.
Okay. Considering he had an unrecognizable weapon, which means it probably couldn't be traced, but I would leave that to the... Lab Geek? Yes, that's what we'll call him. It would be fairly hard to track him down and track down where that weapon originated from had he escaped. He opened fire on us, so I returned fire yet again he managed to drive off from that fairly well as far as I saw, rounded the corner, hit a lamppost, and crashed. And, well, found him dead.
I see. He begins writing on a page in the file. Then he clicks the pen and he says, okay. Thank you for your testimony. I have some news for you.
She just, like, looks at him. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No. Well, she just, like, looks at him, like, waiting.
Mm-hmm. He says, in addition to your execution, you will serve 40 lashes and 10 hours of exposure. The 40 lashes is for your flippant disregard of the Imperium's servants. The exposure is for dispensing justice where you don't have the authority to do so. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right then. Wait here for a few minutes. I have some people to meet with and discuss your means of execution. He gets up. He leaves. Would you like to do anything while you're in the room?
She will investigate her magnicals.
Sure.
Is there anything she can determine on them, based off of anything? They have, I guess, related skills. I have tech use and security.
Okay. With security, you could attempt to disarm them if you were not bound on with both hands.
Okay. I can't, like, tongue it open.
You can't what it open? Tongue it open, you said?
Yeah. It's got, like, a power button. You just...
Damn, girl, you want a summer break?
Okay.
Got, like, that Gene Simmons tongue, you know? Just, like...
Oh, God.
Alright, I will give you a shot at it. Go ahead and give it a minus 30, though.
Guys, if I get a 1 on this...
It is like the best thing that ever happened, so let's do it.
Kids out of the manacles, just a guy just pulls out a ball pistol and shoots you.
Okay, well...
You know?
Someone, come on, I need the energy from the people of Earth, okay?
Okay,
Oh my God.
change your color and you might as well, right?
Come on!
Maria!
No!
No!
You know,
You don't... You really want this?
is it worth the fate point?
Maybe it's worth burning the fate point.
It's like the Jessica just ups and shoots you, but because of this, he just gives you a single clap before doing it.
Like a little golf clap.
It's
you
like
passed the Squid Game. Bam. Okay. All right. We're gonna re-roll.
Come on, cuz.
Come on. No!
You didn't change the color. You didn't change the color.
Oh,
Alright.
no, I don't want to burn a fate point over licking a magnacle open.
CJ,
Way to die.
CJ, can you narrate the guy that's like looking at the camera, seeing Maria lick the manacles?
he's just sitting at the table. He's just shaking his head, like he's seen it. Like he's this slightly overweight, middle-aged man. This is what he does with his day, and he's just shaking his head, and his face looks like he's seen this before, and it never goes well. And he looks over at the Justicar, who's looking at him, who's standing next to the Lord Militant, who's standing next to your father. They're all watching through the one-way mirror, and the Lord Justicar says, "At least once a month, someone tries this."
But never in my life have I seen someone succeed.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a running bet between them to see who can get it.
Honestly, I'd burn the fate point just for that, then.
Oh, man. Is it really...
I have hope in
Well,
Maria.
I mean,
that she will
like,
survive
how
this.
confident are you that your father can get you out of execution? Because that looks like what you're facing.
You know what? Oh, man.
Oh, don't worry, Tibble.
It's okay, guys. I'm coming back as Owen Wilson, the cleric.
Oh, God.
Come on, Tibble. Don't let them peer pressure you.
Shit. I'm going to face execution with dignity, damn it.
All right. So, after a few moments of tonguing the Magnicles, the Justicar walks back in. He says, "Don't do that. Have some dignity."
I'm just going to, look up at him and give it one last solid attempt.
Okay. you can try it again.
One last really good attempt.
At this point, I feel like you should not even roll security. You're just licking metal while
Are
looking
you
at a man.
shitting me? Oh!
You could push it.
That's what I'm saying! Shit!
Are we able to give other players fate points to you?
Oh yeah, I want to give Tibble my fate point. Can all three players give it to him so he gets one hit, one fate?
Oh,
I'd be willing to give him a fate point.
Me too.
Same.
There you go. There's 3. Can he get one?
Or I'll also give up a fate point for this.
Oh my God.
Just
All
to
right.
see the look on the Justicar's face to be like, oh. Huh.
We are basically giving all our fate points to have CJ immediately shoot Maria point blank. But it's worth
All right. So here's what happens. We'll decide amongst yourselves silently in the chat, in the HD chat, whose fate point is being given up for this, for the session. You give him one good go while he's sitting there and he's opening up the file folder, and the manacles pop open.
I'm just gonna look at him after they pop open, and I'm gonna just give him a really shitty smile, and just go finger gun bang at him, and be
God.
I could have gotten out the whole time, and then I'll just keep my hands at where the magnicles are, and go, that's so much comfier.
He raises an eyebrow and he says, "Well, that's actually impressive. Nobody's ever done that before." Well, so let's get back to business. You can go ahead and keep those off. It's fine. We've made a decision about you and what your future is going to look like now.
How long has this taken, by the way?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm going to be
It
that
wasn't.
was a very fast execution then.
It wasn't long. He says, "So, because I have lost a seasoned investigator, and the Imperium has been set back in that fashion, regardless of what Lieutenant Wren is accused of doing. And because the Lord Militant needs someone to fill in a spot based on his orders elsewhere, and because of other circumstances, your execution date is stayed to battlefield performance. Oh. Here's how this is going to work for you. When I am fed up with you, when I have had enough of you, and when my superiors have had enough of you, when Brutilla has had enough of you, if any of those things happens, you will not be shot in the face. You will not be mowed down. You will be shipped to Malice, where you will perform on the battlefield. And once your battle is over, then you will be executed summarily. Do we understand each other?
She's gonna get like a cold sweat at the mention of Malice and like freeze up a little bit and just like nervously go, I suppose you'll see me back. It's the 26th. What day of the week is that?
I believe we're in the 24th.
No, it's the 26th of March. I don't know what day of the week it is. Crap.
Oh,
hold on.
shit.
It's a
I'm about to go to Google Calendar. 40,000.
Yeah, the
the
calendar doesn't actually work anymore on the macro.
Oh, that sucks.
I'm just gonna go on the chat log and see what you're. You say last session you marked it down March 26th.
Yeah, today's the 26th. It's the afternoon.
And as I seem to see here, it has my spasm and shot respectively to the bike of Oh wait, no, that's for the dog. If it's the next day, I believe we're on the 27th. Yep, we're on the 27th, I think.
No, today is still the 26th.
Oh, I think it's like the newest go first, then it should, yeah, I guess so.
So I'm just gonna say it's like either a Monday or a Friday.
It's like a Tuesday. Let's call it a Tuesday.
Oh, it's like a Tuesday. Okay, I'm gonna like nervously laugh a little bit and be like, probably be back here on Friday, and like kind of like look at him and be like, am I free to go?
No, I think you're misunderstanding. You're not free to go. That's the entire point. The entire point is now you serve entirely at my pleasure. That means you have no free time except for that which is given to you. You follow orders to the letter and their spirit as dictated by your betters. And if you step a toe out of line, you will be on the first shuttle to orbit, to the first troop carrier on its way to Malice. So as long as you are working for my precinct, which is where you will be working right now, you report to Detective Azuris. And so long as she is not tired of you and your behavior, you will get to stay here on St. Astrid's and put your skills, and he kind of makes a facial gesture towards your opened manacles, to use for the Imperium. This does mean that there will be no more rash judgments from you. You will not deign to do someone else's job. You will do what is told of you, and no more. Is that understood?
Aye, aye, Captain.
Keep pushing it. it seems like you actually have a death wish. Now, I've asked your father if he wants to speak to you, but he doesn't.
Very well, then. Should I go report to Lieutenant Azurez?
No. You are to report to the brig. He gets up. He says, "You'll be asked for when you are asked for. Until then, until you are deemed capable of making your own decisions in a fashion that is becoming of an Imperial citizen, you will remain at the brig, or you'll be directly supervised." He gets up. He leaves the room. A couple of big muscly guys come in and say, "Alright, come on. Let's go."
She just, like, gets up and follows them.
Okay. They bring her down to basically the holding cells. Give her one. Has a cot, has a toilet, has a sink. That's pretty much it.
She will kick back a little bit and get comfy,
Mm-hmm.
since there's nothing else for her to do.
Okay. Barack. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Alright, so your door opens, and a man walks in. He's fancily dressed. Same description as the one that was in Maria's interrogation room, though you, personally, as a character, were not privy to any of that. He sits down, he takes his hat off, he puts the folder down, he says, "Why should I let you go?"
Well, to be honest, this was mostly just kind of bad luck. But an actual reason why you should let me go?
I understand that you have bad luck. You're supposed to be on vacation and you got roped into all of this. So,
yeah, that's part of it, but...
your bad luck is obvious to me. Let's skip ahead to the parts that aren't.
Well, I wasn't necessarily trying to, kill or hurt, the detective. I was just trying to detain him as Detective Matilda told us to stop him, but that things just kind of got out of hand. But other than that, I don't really have any other ways to say I'm...
I understand. You were trying to follow your superior's orders. Things got out of hand. You went a little too far. You made a few bad calls in the moment. Does that sum it up?
Pretty much.
The part that I really want to know is, while all of that was going on, was there a voice in the back of your head? Some people are equipped with this, some people aren't. So, if you don't have this, let me know. Was there a voice in the back of your head saying, maybe we should do this? Exactly. Maybe we should do this differently.
Well, if I did have that, the military beat it out of me.
I see. Oh, you're right. You do have a certain sort of ways of going about things in the military. There's steps that are taken that are different from the Arbites. When you are trying to stop something and you're in the military, killing it is the same as stopping it. Perhaps the only thing that you are truly guilty of, Mr. Narius, is being too quick. Too quick to follow orders. You got in the vehicle, and then shortly after you were pursuing a target, and then someone you view as your superior was making calls, and you followed those orders. No longer following the orders explicitly of Detective Azuras, perhaps, but perhaps following the spirit of the orders of someone else who was in the car with you. Regardless, following orders is a good thing, but remember that it is important that you do not think too much of yourself when it comes to making decisions on your own. That's not your place. Making decisions about things is not your place. Your place is the place that the Imperium has given you. Would you say that's true?
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. You have a good head on your shoulders, Darius. You tried. Perhaps you had been infected with a spirit of heroism. These are things that are forgivable. Your part to play in this is forgivable. For that, we've passed a sentence along to you. So, you have been transferred out of the service of the PDF. So, congratulations. There's that. You've been remitted to my service. As part of your remission to my service, I have been overcome with the sense that you need to repay what has been lost by this agency. So, you will serve in this capacity until I am done with you, or until I find a better place for you. And if something like this happens again, where things go a little too far, that would be a pattern then with you, and not just an unlucky happenstance. Do I make myself clear with that?
Yes, sir.
Good. You're free to go. You can
Thank you, sir.
return to your family and go about your business. We will need you to turn in your military credentials to the base as soon as possible.
Yes, sir.
He gets up
Oh, okay.
and he leaves the room.
Alright. I'll get up and I'll start leaving myself.
Okay. Man, I was going to switch over to Lee, but then I just saw a be right back from him. How about we take a 10-minute break here?
Okay.
Okay. So 10-minute break. Let's be back at 9. Let's call it 9:02.
Alright.
Woo!
Woo! Okay, hold on.
If I had a gun with 2 bullets and there was Maria and Tibble in the room, I would shoot Tao twice.
We're live again.
What a statement to come back to.
Oh Lord.
All right. So, where were you going?
Gabriel, buddy!
Gabriel, where were you going to go to meet up with your mission here?
I presume basically just contact them over data slate and probably wherever she feels most comfortable meeting.
Okay.
I'll bring with me the synthesized detox.
Okay. Yeah, one of their apartments in the Kalusha district. So you meet up with Misty and Chantel at the train station. And so they're both kind of there, and they're waiting around, and Misty looks a little pissed off. A little...
Understandable.
3 sheets to the wind at the same time. And Chantel looks a bit worried, and she says, we should get going, I think.
Indeed. We're gonna need a bathtub.
Yeah, she's got one in her place. Misty nods.
All right.
She lights a glow stick. She's shaking a little bit. Alright, well, let's go. And Chantel walks Misty and you to to Misty's apartment. You go ahead and administer the dose of detox in the bathroom with her.
Yes, and then I will leave. I will inform her, basically. I'll inform Misty and Chantel what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I also specifically will... well, the point was I needed a sample of her detox... of her Obscura first, which is the point of this whole thing. But,
yep.
So I'll... Gabriel will ask for that first, and look like he's doing a test on it with his Auspex, but detox is safe if crude in its application.
No. So, they do hand over the dose that they have. And, you go ahead and you administer the detox. Misty has a bad time.
Reasonable.
Yeah, throwing up. The swirly whirlies is real bad. And you leave, of course, as you said you would.
Yes.
Anything else you'd like to do?
I would like to ask Chantel a few more questions, basically, while waiting for Misty to finish vomiting.
Sure.
Namely, you'll note... Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't actually need the stimulants that I was going to ask from you.
Oh.
I was lying. I'm actually an investigator, not one that can arrest you or anything. Don't worry about that. But I just needed a sample of this for a test to compare it to something else.
Oh. Okay.
I'm investigating Sophie's murder.
Oh.
Yeah. That said, if you have any more details about her death that you haven't shared, I would appreciate them because, well, you don't talk to reporters, right?
No, they don't really talk to me.
That's, you know what? Exactly right. I'm just gonna vent. This shit is not going well. Because the person who killed Sophie Clark is not the fucking Flenser. But they wanted us to think it was the Flenser. And so, all the evidence that I got basically just, well, does fuck all to help find the Flenser, even if I have found Sophie's killer.
So the real guy is still out there, but you got the guy who killed Sophie.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that.
It's...
I guess... Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, you know I'm not a normal person, right? And so, you won't be offended if I say that I didn't really care. I don't really care about Sophie or anyone, actually. But I'm just frustrated that someone interfered with my investigation. You know?
I guess I can get that, where, like, you know, if I'm trying to do a dance and I want to get all the, you know, the moves right, and I really don't want some fucker coming up on stage and acting like he's, you know, got the biggest balls this side of the planet. I just want to finish my routine. Kind of deal?
Exactly.
Yeah, I get that.
Well,
So who's acting like they've got the biggest balls this side of the planet for you?
Oh, he's dead.
Oh.
He got killed by some happy-go-lucky just a car with a murder boner or something.
Oh, okay.
But, you know, which is good for y'all. Vengeance, I'm told, is something you guys appreciate.
It's a little cathartic, yeah. It feels good to know that the person who killed her is gone, because we don't have to worry about them anymore.
Yeah. Just the Flenser, who... You know, if it were to come down to it... Actually, how about I ask you? Someone who's, like, been active as long as the Flenser has been must be getting juvenile treatments, right? Or they have an apprentice.
Okay, I'm gonna lean towards the second one, because I don't know what the first one is.
It's this medical procedure for the super rich where they can basically just become young again.
Okay, but if you're super rich, why do you need to go out and... Like, why even do it in the first... I guess what I'm trying to ask is, why would you, like, go and hunt down people to kill? Why couldn't you just, like, pay someone to be a victim?
You know, that's a good point, actually.
Because if you were super rich and you could afford something that would make you younger, like, couldn't you just say, hey, destitute person on the fringes of society, I'll give your family this much money if you know, come back to my mansion and I skin you alive and you die?
I guess, I mean, there's the potential that the Flenser does just hate people and doesn't want to pay for that. There's a lot of rich people who hate people. But
okay,
your point still does have merit. An apprentice is looking more likely with every passing year. But I know it's not this guy because this guy was a fucking idiot and I was immediately able to tell that it was another person. So, does that make 3 Flensers?
Maybe. But why did this idiot do it? Do you know?
Well,
do you know why?
Nope, because he got shot.
I think why is important. Because even, like, as far as anybody knows, nobody knows why the Flenser does what he does. So that whole part about not knowing why and not knowing, like, who could be a target and who's not a target, you know, is kind of a big fear factor. Like, I'm sure people would be less nervous about going out at night and that sort of thing if they knew they weren't a target. Like, let's say he only went after, like, redheads, for example. And if you could just dye your hair brown, then you wouldn't have to worry about it. Right?
You know, Tom was a regular, right? At Largrave's?
Uh-huh.
Well, he was the one who killed Sophie. Is that shocking to you? I don't...
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Well, that's what happened. And...
Misty's in the bathroom.
It's okay, she's in the recovery position. I will check. Gabriel will check to make sure she's not choking on her own vomit.
No, she's okay. She's just...
Okay. But... Well, because he's dead, I'm not able to find out where his lair was. If he had a lair.
Lair? Ugh, I don't like that. I don't like the idea of that. I don't like the idea of a lair.
Well, unfortunately, he took Sophie somewhere before he killed her, and before he put her somewhere else. So that means that there's a secondary location.
Okay.
And that means that, well... Did he ever mention where his mom lived to you guys?
Yeah. She, well, we knew her. She used to be a dancer at the club a long time ago.
Right. Of course. Where did she live?
She lived in the Naiad district.
Did you have an address?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sweet. Gabriel will write it down.
Okay, yeah. She passes you the address. It's in the northern part of the Naiad district.
What was Tom's mother's name?
Mitzi.
Mitzi.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no, Mindy.
Mindy, okay.
Sorry.
Ah, okay. Actually, this helps a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, thanks for, listening. Do I need to pay you? I feel like I should pay you, because I did just monopolize your time.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Okay.
No, I wasn't working anyway right now, so it's fine.
Fair.
But if you come by the club later and then you talk my ear off about stuff like this, you're going to have to pay.
Fair. That is, it's understandable. Reasonable. Okay.
If I'm in the club and you take up my time, you have to pay. That's the rule. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Well, again, thank you for this, and I don't actually know anything about addiction, so maybe look up some resources on that for Mindy. Or not Mindy, Misty.
Misty.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll give it a shot. Oh. Well, thanks for this, and thanks for stopping by.
No problem. And Gabriel will leave and head back home.
Okay. You return to your home.
He's going to be paranoid about it, basically, checking the door for signs of forced entry, checking clearing each room individually, gun out.
Okay, yeah. You clear your apartment. There's nothing in there out of the ordinary.
Thank fuck, because I don't actually know how to do that properly.
There's a way of going about it, but it is not recommended to do it by yourself. So, Livesy
Just-
knows what I'm talking about.
Just invite
Don't get
Beetlejuice
clearance.
What were you saying, Tao?
Just invite Beetlejuice to your house.
Yeah.
Out of the scores, it seems that if you invite Beetlejuice, you probably won't die.
Sorry.
Home invasion preventing psyker. In stores now.
All right.
Sorry, were we talking about single person room clearance?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that. Just bring a fuck ton of grenades.
Yeah.
Civilian casualties are acceptable.
What if my $5,000 PC is in the room you throw the grenade in?
Frag grenades.
But it's your PC while you're fragging it.
Better than being dead.
Yep.
All right.
My my Radeon 580.
All right. So the city is yours. It's getting on in hours. It's probably mid-evening at this point. Everybody but Maria, because you're in jail. Sorry. What would you like to do?
I guess I will head to the military base to drop off my military ID
Okay, you drop
and
off.
stuff.
You drop off your shit, your ID cards and such, the keys to that car. 'Cause it wasn't your car; it was the army's.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss that.
Mm-hmm. And they say goodbye. Have fun with your new orders. And lucky you.
Well, the evidence hasn't been shown to be lucky.
I am going to after immediately after we leaving the what is it?
Precinct?
Yeah, the precinct. Thank you. I'm going to go to the school district or whatever is close by, and I want to go to the library and get some books, the best I can about space, the warp, and the history of the eclipse of Sekmet. I
Yep.
like to say
Sekmet. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, give me a search.
Damn, I hope my 2-decade library card still works.
It does.
Wow. I don't think I have. I don't have search. Damn. Can I get a bonus for spending some extra time doing stuff?
Absolutely. You can have a plus 20 for taking a good deal of time to do it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my chat is on right up top. I'm gonna reroll that.
Okay.
Come on, baby. Yes.
All right, so you do have some books about Sekmet. Nothing about the warp. Why would you even think that's in a public library?
I was gonna try.
Yeah, and what was the other thing you said?
Just about the eclipse, or maybe the history of the planet. If there's some kind of a previous civilization or religious thing about what the eclipse symbolizes, ritual stuff like that.
This. When the Imperium arrived here on St. Astrid's, it was a barren moon during the Angevin Crusade. Enemy forces did occupy part of the moon, and they were dug out by the Sororitas and crusading forces. But there weren't any holy sites to be, overwritten. Nothing that's, listed in the texts. There wasn't a native population to subdue or anything like that. It was just enemy forces that were on the planet using it as a staging area, much like it's being used today.
Mm-hmm.
As for the eclipse, it's just noted that it is intermittent for a number of years, and then happens for a number of years, and then goes away for a number of years, and it's a long but not reliable cycle. In that, while it is mathematically reliable on a long enough timeline, it is not in a short period of time that reliable to the point where you could say, oh yeah, every 10 years it does this. No, sometimes it's like 10 years, sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 40, sometimes it's 100, but on a long enough timeline, it's regular, and it makes sense. So, yeah, that's just the way the planets move. As for things that happen during it, there's no information. It's just, shit's dark, yo, basically. The only other note that you have in here that is of interest is that there was no indigenous life here when the Imperium arrived.
Okay, that's interesting.
So no plant life, no animals, beasts of any kind, nothing living in the sea.
Uh-huh. Okay. So the next step for Beetlejuice would be going back to the barracks, writing a small report about what happened this day, and add a small footnote for case-related inquiry on Imperial Guard records for the enemies that the Imperium found in this place that were staging. That was like their staging area thing.
Sure.
To see if what they were all about.
Okay.
And if they did some weird stuff on the side.
All right. You'll be able to check those records tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right then. Who's next? Havelock, perhaps?
Perhaps not.
Or perhaps not. Okay.
Now Yeah, I'm just wasting time. Move on.
Okay. Barack, I assume you go home, back to your sister's place.
Yeah.
Okay. You arrive home, and she is curious as to what's going on.
Well, I've been reassigned to the police, the Arbeits, for an indefinite period. About all that's new.
She says, well, thank the Emperor that at least you won't have to worry about getting deployed.
So far, that seems to be a positive.
Do you think they're going to have you drive like a Chimera or a Taurox or something?
I haven't gotten any specific orders yet. I've just been transferred.
I guess maybe you make up the days that you missed of your vacation until you get orders. How about that?
Somehow I don't think that'll end well.
Well, if they don't ask for you, you don't have to report.
Well, it's better to err on a side of caution than to assume.
Yeah, that's true. All right, then. Well, good to see you again.
Yep.
So did you see the periodical about how that Lieutenant Wren died?
Yes, I did hear about that.
Oh, what do you think?
I'm gonna wait till all the evidence is out before I have a full opinion.
How law enforcement of you.
Well, it is my new job.
Alright then. Well, I'm going to go to bed. It's late.
Okay. Have a nice night.
You as well. Waffles in the morning.
That sounds delicious.
Great. Okay.
I can't believe I never saw it before.
What?
Barrick's sister is the Flunzer.
Well, that'll be awkward, seeing as how I'm the Inquisitor, apparently.
Boy, I cannot imagine Thanksgiving after that.
Okay. Maria, are you going to do anything in particular in your cell? Are you muted?
Maria.
Maria. Maria. Are you there?
Para Maria.
If you're talking, we can't hear you, and it's not pinging on the Discord that you're not lighting up green if you're talking. So, Maria, she probably got up and walked away like everybody else does. Okay,
It is a
You can
common
bring it up and
theme.
walk away.
we'll skip to the next day. All right, it is now the morning of March 27th. So if there's something that you guys would like to do, you guys have downtime until you are called in. So if you'd like to do something that takes multiple days, or check on something that will take multiple days, or do some research, or go search a place, let me know. Otherwise, you have downtime.
Indeed. I think Gabriel is going to just look into getting more reagents so they can, like, he found that the being able to synthesize his own detox was quite useful. So he's going to look into getting more reagents and formulate to synthesize more of his own compounds.
Okay. That will be expensive.
Yes. It will.
How big of a budget are you working with?
Presently, let's say 100 thrones worth.
Okay. Any specific drug?
Actually, there was one. It was
Frenzon! Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, it was Frenzon. No, it's the one that makes you smarter, obviously.
Obviously. Is that one in the core, or is it in a different book?
I'll have to find it. I will send it to you.
Okay.
Once I found it.
Okay. Go looking, young man. Alright, next.
I guess Beetlejuice would go to the precinct and either talk with Vlog and Brutilda
Brutilla.
to basically
There's no
to
D.
see like if Brutilda?
Brutilla. No D in
Brutilla.
no D in the back part of that.
There is a cartoon character. I cannot remember where it's from, but it's from a cartoon that I always used to watch that has the name Brutilda. It's from an old Disney thing.
Okay.
Anyway, probably like see them like if Beetlejuice is needed for anything. If not, he would just like go back to the barrack and like wait for documents for him.
Okay. When you report into Brutilla, she does not give you any instructions. She says, the matter has been moved up the chain. So now we are awaiting orders from the Justicar. We really don't have much else to pursue at the moment. So she seems a little depressed.
I mean, understandable.
Yeah. Beetlejuice excuses himself and goes back to the barracks then.
Okay. Were you going to go for that research on what the... Yep. Okay. Give me a... Do you have Common Lore War?
I do, yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll that.
Oof. Now I'm gonna reroll that.
How many fate points do you have left?
I only used 2.
Okay. So this would be your last one?
Yep.
Alright. So... when they were taking this planet, they fought both Chaos Forces and Eldar. It's all the record says. Just general Chaos Forces and Eldar.
Okay. Beetlejuice doesn't have much for downtime besides like practicing his psychic powers and giving everybody a wide berth in the barracks unless somebody approaches him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Have luck?
Trying to decide how I want to spend my money.
Going to the
You guys have
store.
money?
Gonna buy guns.
Yeah, that was basically it, but I'm thinking, do I buy guns or do I spend the money on fixing up the Cyber Mastiff?
Oh.
And even if I fix up the Cyber Mastiff, it's just going to go straight back into rotation. Actually, yeah, that's a good point, because it's no longer a secret, so... Let's go spend my money!
On guns, or...
Yes, on guns.
Okay.
Guns. Always guns. Guns!
What you looking to buy? Where you going? You going to Alston Cap? You going to Castor and Crane?
So we'll go to both gun stores. So we'll go to actually I just wanna confirm where I'm going is the correct spot. Gunther's Guaranteed Firearms will be the first spot.
Okay. All of the guns there are a little cheaper, but it's like a pawn shop, kind of. So you roll into Gunther's. An old guy there, obese, has one leg. Has a little bit of a janky spring, kind of doohickey that's attached to his stump. He's got a fat cigar that's probably been in his mouth for 30 years. He's got one eye. He looks like he's never had a haircut, but at the same time, he's lost all his hair. You know, it's kind of like this weird space where what hair is left is just these long, thin strands. It's kind of like a bunch of gossamer is stuck to his head. He's got a very dark gray 5 o'clock shadow. So somehow he still shaves. And he says, what can I do for ya?
Ugh. I've lost my voice now. Great. Well, I'm after a bit of an upgrade.
Oh, okay. What can I get you? What you looking for?
Looking for a pump-action shotgun. 8-round tube.
Oh, we got ourselves the Weston Cook Defender pump-action shotgun. 8-round tube. Scatter gun. Good out to 30 meters, more or less.
How much is this gonna run me?
40 trones. It's a rebuilt, refurbished piece. So technically it would count as poor quality.
Fucking oof. Hmm. 40 thrones. I would also like to see if I could sell my current shotgun while I'm at it as well.
Ah, you're looking to sell that one too. Alright. Give me a... You have barter?
I don't, but I've got trade merchant if that helps.
That does help. So go ahead and roll trade merchant.
Modifiers?
Yeah, so your gun is in normal quality condition, which is better than what he offers. So you can have a plus 15 to your roll. Nice. Okay. He says, good. This is a good piece. Okay. Yeah, I'll take it for... I'll give you 50 for it.
Alright. I'll tell you what. You take the shotgun. You take this thing. You give me the pump, and we'll call it even.
Okay. I come out ahead on that one. He takes the shotgun and gives you the poor quality Weston Cup Defender pump action shotgun.
Sorry, I'm just marking down how much ammo I've got before I get rid of my weapon. Alright. Well, I think that's all I really came in here for today.
Alright then. You have a good one.
And you too. And then it's off to Caster Independent Forge Arms.
Okay. You walk into Caster Independent Forge Arms. It has that new store smell. Now, this outlet has popped up this past month. Caster and Crane, as far as you're aware, has only produced the Citizen Special as a firearm. They've primarily been, their forge work has primarily been involved in producing vehicles. So this is an interesting development for you as a, St. Astrid's is your homeworld. They have a Citizen Special, of course, available to take home right now. Sales guy says, the Citizen Special is a reliable firearm. Pretty much everyone carries one here at St. Astrid's. Are you looking for something in particular? We have a couple of display models here that are functional, but we don't keep any ammunition here.
That's completely understandable. I'm actually after a something like your Citizen Special, but with a heavier punch.
Oh, so you're looking for our Caster Heavy hand cannon. So he brings you over to a display. Nice, large revolver, chrome, with a little bit of gold and some wood carved handle going on. Looks very nice. A little rustic looking at the same time. He says, this builds on the Citizen Special's design. Heavy hand cannon, if you were dainty or you only had the one hand, it might break your wrist. It's loud. Could send a man staggering back. In independent testing, it outperformed several other hand cannons. It's got a cylinder magazine, hammer operated.
Very nice. And I've noticed that you, Caster and Crane have recently got into the production of more. I guess the word I'm looking for, a wide variety of firearm.
Absolutely.
Is this something that someone can say, let's say for example, I pay for it now, I can take it home? Or is there a waiting list for such an item?
There is a waiting list currently. These three models, and he points to the heavy hand cannon, the frontiersman, and the home fronter. These three models are currently in manufacture, but they are not cleared for distribution yet. We're awaiting the planetary governor's sign-off.
Right. Red tape and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the frontiersman. Because that was not
That was in Gabriel's report.
The Homefronter.
yeah, the Homefronter rather. Sorry.
Yeah, the Homefronter is what was in the report, or should have been in the report.
Yes.
Actually, your Homefronter. You said that's not currently for wide variety of purchase at the moment, as in can't buy it now and take it home now. Correct?
Correct.
That is very odd. I'm an Arbine by career.
Ah.
My lieutenant actually has one of these.
Okay. Perhaps your Justicar acquired some of our experimental models for field testing?
I'm guessing that might be the case.
That's what I believe could be the case.
But anyway, back to the purchase at hand. So how do you have an approximate wait time for when things could be pushed through, or?
As soon as the governor signs off, we can begin distribution. If you put down an order right now, you can get yours within a month. So long as everything passes by as expected.
Is it a full payment or is it a down payment?
You can make a down payment first and then pay off the rest when you come to pick it up.
I think that is probably what we'll go with today.
All right. What am I putting you down for? Are we taking the heavy hand cannon, or are we going for a Homefronter?
Let's go with the hand cannon. I've got a shotgun for the time being, but...
All right, then. So he goes ahead and produces the paperwork for you to sign. So, and then he says, so we will have to take a 40% down payment, which would amount to 26 thrones today.
Not a problem. And he passes over 26 throne.
Sure. He takes it. Says, all right, the remainder of your balance will be due when you come to pick up your caster heavy hand cannon.
You guys don't happen to produce ammo for these as well, do you?
Currently, we're not authorized for the distribution of ammunition.
What kind of caliber does this hand cannon take?
This will take 36p, I believe. Hold on, let me check my booklet. He goes over to his booklet. He scans it and he says, I'm sorry, 54p.
Big round.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Well, I don't think I'll waste any more of your time. And, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Stop by again and acquire our full line. I believe you'll find them to be worth it.
I sure hope so. Thank you very much.
No problem. Anywhere else you'd like to go?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the Arbite's office, actually.
Okay, you can go ahead and return to the precinct.
Specifically after the detective.
Okay, yes, you can find Detective Portillo Azuras in the bullpen. So, let me go ahead and drop tokens. Hastus. Do you have mittens with you?
No, mittens will be...
In his kennel?
Will be by my bunk where he stays at all times.
Okay.
Especially after the fiasco with the kennels.
Yeah. Okay, so there you are.
Ma'am?
Zooming in. Yes, Havelock, how are you today?
Fine, ma'am. Yourself?
Alright.
Gotta ask.
Hmm.
The lieutenant, more the Justicar actually. Has he ever signed off on providing the Arbites with experimental weaponry?
Not to my knowledge.
Ma'am, I was just at Castro's independent force firearms.
Mm-hmm.
The shotgun the lieutenant was carrying upon his death is not widely available. As a matter of fact, it's about a month's wait. Talked with the clerk there, and from his guess, and I imagine it was a wild guess at that, was the Justicar had procured prototypes for testing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the Justicar, ma'am. I've never spoken with the person. But, I don't know. Something's nagging at me here.
Justicar Kindlespire is quite level-headed. If he had deigned to issue experimental weapons, he would have told everybody about them. He would have required a large sample size. I'd say let's ask Lieutenant Wren where he got the gun, but we can't do that now because he's fucking dead. So, I guess we have to go to the source. Castor and Crane. To see where and how the gun got into his hands.
I think that's the only lead we've got at the moment, ma'am.
We still think that he's just good for the slaying of just the one girl. Yeah?
As you said, ma'am, let's go ask the guy. But, can't, because he's fucking dead.
Yeah.
So, at the moment, shit's fucking upside down. I'm not too certain on anything.
Well, that's why I've dismissed pretty much everybody, which the Justicar feels is a good idea for now. Let's just sit on our heels and see what happens. But we can go and check out Castor and Crane if you'd like. That won't be a problem. I can sign off on that.
Well, on the bright side, ma'am, maybe I can get my gun quicker than expected. And he produced a worry smile.
Did you buy something?
Yes, it's a heavy hand cannon based off of the Citizen Special, 54 caliber.
Ooh.
Needs something a little bit longer range than the shotgun, but
Beefy.
Mm-hmm.
This one, and she shows you her pistol, is only 36p. It's a custom-built gun. It's probably from gunmetal. But I'm led to believe that you Astridians are quite happy with your revolver technology and that little trick you guys do.
Yes, ma'am, it really cuts down on the jams. But poor wet maintenance will always lead to weapon malfunctions.
Mm-hmm.
Revolvers kind of just make it a lot easier for people without the knowledge to use them. Without them blowing up in their face, I guess.
I guess. Reloading's a pain in the ass, though.
You got quick loaders for that.
Yeah.
Or you particularly fancy you sit there and spend days, months, years perfecting your reload.
That's if you're any good. I doubt half the citizenry do that. Alright, well, let's head over to Castor and Crane and see what we can dig up.
Righto. Is this going to be an official visit, ma'am, or is this more of an informal?
We'll see where it goes. We'll start informal and then make it official. I'll put together the paperwork first, just in case, though.
Alright, ma'am. I'll leave Mittens behind then.
Mm-hmm. So, an hour later, you guys get in a vehicle, drive over to the warehouse district, and hit up Castor and Crane Imperial Forge Works. You guys park outside the plant. You enter through the visitor's entrance. Ask to speak with someone in charge. You're given the foreman, the plant manager for that particular shift, day shift. Plant manager is this wiry guy. He's probably 50 years old. The engine seer sits in on the meeting. You guys are in like a sort of a small boardroom. Brutilla starts the conversation, says, "Thanks for meeting with us on such short notice. We didn't really have any sort of official questions we wanted to ask. It's not particularly connected to any formal investigation. There's just a matter of intrigue among our office. You see, one of our colleagues acquired one of your experimental weapons. We're curious about it, and we're just independently, you know, seeing if there's a way that we could acquire such a piece ahead of time before it hits the market." Castus, you said you would have to wait for your weapon for about a month?
Yes, ma'am. It was a month and a down payment.
Any insight, sir? The plant manager says, "Oh, yeah. So, right now we don't have any experimental models out on agency loan or any sort of experimental basis like that, where we're, you know, acquiring data. That's already done. We did that 2-3 years ago at the early stage of development. So right now we're in manufacturing phase and we're just waiting on sign off. So we have, you know, thousands of guns ready to go and hit the market, but we don't have any clearance to sell at the moment. So we're accepting down payments and signatures to acquire firearms. Now, if somebody did get a firearm, it was on the authority of the ownership. They would have had to sign off on that on a personal basis to be personally liable for that weapon if it breached any particular statutes revolving the firearm. So, you know, the standard defect issues that could happen, you know, where a gun doesn't operate the way it should. They accept no responsibility whatsoever if it's used in a murder, for example. So if that's the situation here, Castor and Crane is completely liability free in that case. However, you know, if it's a manufacturing defect or if it's something to do with the ammunition and the mechanisms and what have you, like if he's cleaning his weapon and it just goes off or what have you, you know, that's something that we can look into. But if it's not that kind of issue, then we don't have any liability. Does that answer your question?
Sort of, sir. So just to clarify, let's say, well, we already know. So the weapon is not for widespread just as yet, and it was authorized by someone in higher echelons. Who would have the authorization to bypass that on a person by person basis?
Lord Castor or Lord Crane?
Right. Now, would you happen to have, and this is kind of getting into official territory, and feel free to say no at this any point in moment, sir, but do you have access to all the firearm serial numbers by chance?
Yeah, we do have those records.
Right, okay.
I can't pass them to you without the
legal documents, yes, I'm very aware.
Yeah. Or Lord Castor or Lord Crane's expressed approval. It is their property. So.
Completely understand. We're almost done here, sir. If we were to try and talk with Lord Castor and or Crane, who would we go through to contact them?
You could contact their offices, or yeah, I have their office number, and their secretary can set up a meeting if you'd like.
That would be fantastic, sir, if we can get that number from you. And your name was?
Oh, Joshua.
Got a last name, Joshua?
Oh, Malkovich.
Just want to confirm the spelling on that one. It's Nokovich.
M, as in metallic.
Oh. Right. My mistake.
No problem. The engineer beeps at him. Says, "You can go. This isn't anything that you need to stick around for." Beeps again. And gets up, leaves. Is there anything else I can help you with?
That's all the questions I had, ma'am.
Yeah, so you guys aren't ready for distribution of ammo. I know there's nobody on planet who distributes 54p right now. Do you have plans on acquiring that size ammunition for distribution, or are you going to leave it to the population to figure out how to get that? So he chuckles a little bit and he says, "Well, you kind of caught us a little bit in a quagmire. We do have means to ship the ammunition in. It's just a matter of clearing the sale to the governor. So once he signs the paperwork, our contract with the ammunition distributor goes through. So we're really just waiting on one signature to happen, and then, you know, everything falls into place. So once that happens, you know, the ammunition will hit our stores at the same time as the guns do, and, you know, everything will be fine after that. We're just, you know, kind of in a holding pattern here. We don't really have a whole lot to do other than continue manufacturing. So, I see, she says. So you've outsourced your ammunition sales. Anyone specific? Any household names? No, we do know that they're outside of they're out of Golgana, so not local, not a Hazaroth manufacturer. So, all right, well, you know, Alston Kep is sector wide, so it's kind of a big deal that you guys are contracting with someone outside of subsector here. Anyway, I won't take any more time of your time. I'm sure you're very busy. Well, thank you, ma'am. She gets up, shakes his hand, gives you a gesture, let's get the fuck out of here, and you guys roll.
Alright.
Alright. So in the car she says, "That's an interesting development."
Yes. Interesting would be mildly putting it. Hair fucking raising would be my term.
It could be just innocuous. He acquired the gun from Lord Castor or Crane. They may not have anything to do with anything.
Yes, the question is, though, ma'am, and they will lie through their fucking teeth,
No, of course
is
they will.
why? Why did they? Like, what would compel them to give... Let's face it, and not to speak ill of the deceased, but someone not even the higher echelons of Arbite rank, prototype weapon. Well, not even a prototype weapon, but a weapon that's not ready for distribution, in which the governor is basically holding their hands tied around their balls. Why would they hand something like that off? That seems ridiculous when that could simply be produced to someone else, have them, you know, re-engineer it with the governor's favor on their side and then sell the weapon right out underneath them. It seems not sound.
I don't think it had anything to do with business. I think they knew him personally. You know, that whole part about Tom's mom being dead, I think there's more about Tom's life that we don't know about. Maybe he knew Castor and Crane personally.
Well, so far, ma'am, the only leads we've really got is on that poor dancer's death. Don't even have anything on the whole reason why they set this shit show in motion, which was
The adjutant?
that adjutant.
Yeah.
Yeah, outside the Castor and one of the Castor and/or Crane's residences.
Crane's residence. So
I see another goddamn shitstorm on the front.
Oh. I don't think we should hit up Crane today.
Neither do I, ma'am. However, what's really bugging me is what's stopping this Joshua fella ringing up his bosses, you know, letting them know that we were snooping around, giving them time to hide shit. I don't know, I think we need to come up with a plan of action pretty goddamn quick.
Worst case scenario, we can just say we got curious about the gun, wanted to check on things. I mean, it was my call to pump the brakes a little bit. It's not like the Justicar ordered me to slow down or anything like that. It's just...
Yes, we could also say that we were inquiring about my handgun, as we could say that we were thinking about trying to put in a requisition form to make it precinct-wide, things of that nature as a cover, but it's trying to deal with the ammo shortage and shit of that nature. But
we're not really in a position to be punished for anything that we've done. We haven't done anything wrong. That's the thing. We haven't pointed any fingers either. You know, we've just inquired about the pre-sale of firearms. They had answers. Those answers are sufficient as far as the officials are concerned. So, if we were going to check up it further, it would have to be under the guise that we're investigating his murder, let's put it that way. Let's call it that. For now, he's been murdered, he had this gun, was he killed for the gun? So if we go around that route, we might be able to use that as an in. If he knew them personally, you know, they may have a visceral emotional reaction to finding out that he's been murdered.
I think that's it's a smart way to go about it.
So if we give it a day, let it cool, let the newspaper do its job. Spread the information that he's been killed. Shake the tree, see what falls out. Give it a couple of days to cool off. Approach the situation. Maybe somebody will do something incredibly stupid between now and a couple days' time, and we'll have more to go off of. We don't always have to be chasing after stuff full tilt.
Would make our lives that much easier.
Right, but going full tilt when we have to is important. So it's about figuring out
throttle control.
Yeah, throttle control and figuring out when to push it forward and when to back off. Which is what was wrong with yesterday. Throttle control. Failure to back off when it was pertinent to do so. Had our attachés pumped the brakes, let him get away, followed him from a distance. You see, this is why having people who have no idea what they're doing on the force is a problem. Because had that not happened, we might not be in the position we're in. Now, someone's going to say, well, had they not joined us, we might not have gotten as close to him as we did. But backing off was the right move in that moment. Following him to wherever he was going was the right move. Now, if we're going to find wherever he was going, wherever that dust is, we're going to have to, you know, turn over half the warehouse district. And that's going to take forever.
Ma'am, I might think it'd be pertinent that from here on out we keep the attaches on a very short leash and provide them with non-lethal ammunition. I myself was going to see if I can perk up some beanbag rounds, but I mean, I'm sure we've got some simunition in stock that we can hand them, because I don't care who you are, that shit hits like a goddamn freight train, and it hurts, and it will disable, rather than kill. And we only pass out simunition to the attaches, and live ammunition to, well, those that can be trusted.
People that have good judgment. Alright. I guess back to the precinct then.
Agreed.
Alright, she drives back to the precinct with you.
Simunition is 100% thing, right? In 40k?
I'm sorry. The non-lethal? Like
like simunition is like training rounds that have real ballistic qualities.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. I wasn't talking out of my ass.
I mean, other than using live rounds in a training exercise, like in Starship Troopers, how do you simulate troopers firing at each other? You know? For training purposes. But that's advanced training for, you know, non-run-of-the-mill guard conscripts. Who are just, you know, thrown into a spaceship and said, fire at that side of the hull. If you hit a spot you're aiming at, you're doing fine.
Yeah.
So. Okay. You guys head back to the precinct. Maria, are you having a good time in your cell? Are you there?
Maria is not doing anything of note.
Okay.
Probably just sleeping.
Alright then. Sorry. Pretzel. Okay. So, we will fast forward unless anyone has something specific they want to do.
Gabriel will report in the next day, basically saying, I've discovered the address for Tom's mother's last known address.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
Just reiterating his point about investing Castor and Crane's manufactorums for Tom's secondary location, as that's where the evidence points, at least the motorcycle evidence.
You know, we were by there today, Brutilla says. On an unrelated inquiry.
On that illicit, or not illicit, but unreleased shotgun that I included in my report?
Yeah, well, it was kind of a thing. Havelock, you went down to Kalusha, to the Fair Market Traders, right? So he went over to Castor Independent Forge Arms and put a down payment on a gun. But they didn't give him the gun. So
how did Tom get the gun?
Right. So Havelock and I went over to the Manufactorum, to the Forge Works. The foreman, the day shift foreman, said that he would have had to received it from with express permission from Lord Castor or Lord Crane.
Which makes it seem all the more likely that, out of character, Sophie wasn't dumped at...
No, she was dumped outside the diner.
She was dumped outside the diner. Right. Okay. It makes it all the more likely in my head that Tom had some kind of connection to one of them that afforded him access to some kind of facility in the warehouse district and also advanced weaponry.
That's an angle I didn't consider. I considered that he has a personal connection or had a personal connection to to Castor or Crane, but I didn't think about him also gaining access to some building in the district.
Well, that's still one of the threads. His secondary location is something we haven't found yet, and well, his mother's house, Las Hernandez, is in the Naiad district, which means that it's unlikely to be the secondary location because it wouldn't have the ferrous oxide dust on its tires traveling through there.
Havelock. I feel like the mother's address is a dead end. Why don't you go to the Administratum's offices and see if housing records show if that hab was given to someone else. If you can pull a file that says that it's been redistributed, we don't have to go there. Because there's, someone else lives there. That makes sense?
I can do that. No offense, I can probably do it faster than Havelock.
Sure. Okay, that works.
One thing I did find strange was, out of character, would the arbitrator ID be the thing that, unlocks things for him?
Yeah, so his ID would unlock, the evidence locker.
Mm-hmm. Would it unlock his personal hab?
No.
No. And assuming people have, keys or key cards that unlock that, there was nothing on his person that would unlock his own house or another house. Have you gone through his office yet?
I haven't gone through his office yet. Should do that. So she goes over. You guys are back at the precinct.
Mm-hmm.
She goes over to his desk, and we're not even showing the scene that's happening. Oopsie. There you are, Gabriel. So she goes over to his desk, starts rifling through it.
Gabriel will do the same.
You roll a search.
Heightened senses would apply here, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Lovely.
Yeah, let me scroll this over too. There we go. Zoom out a little bit, and there.
Ooh,
Okay.
Nice.
So, between the two of you, you find a hair comb, a glasses case, a picture of his mom. She's in a party dress. The timestamp says it was 20 years ago. Some writing utensils, and a pack of morphine blues.
Alright. And I've checked through all of the pockets on his uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Where else? I guess the motorcycle itself, that's in probably the vehicle bay, evidence vehicle bay. Would the keys for that maybe be on the same key ring?
Might be.
I will go check that, and Gabriel will go look for that.
Alrighty. So, the detective comes down and says, "Alright, well, let's not do anything else today, Havelock. I'm gonna go home. I haven't slept in, 3 days."
Yes, ma'am. Good night, ma'am.
Night. Oopsie. Pinged it. Okay, Havlock, that leaves you alone.
So, can I just get a quick update what they were doing in the office?
They were searching his desk to see if his keys to his apartment were there.
Ah. Oh.
Because they weren't on his, his ID. They weren't on his person, so when he was searched. So looking for his apartment keys.
Right, well, Havelock's going to return to his barracks.
Okay. Maria. Maria. You hear the footsteps of someone coming by towards your cell.
Well, I've not been visited in the past 2 days, so back to sleep.
The footsteps stop outside your cell.
Still not paying attention. I no reason to.
Something metal clanks against the bars. Maria.
Yeah?
It's Detective Brutillo. She says, time to get up.
She's just gonna, stare at her.
So, the Justicar passed down judgment for your actions the other day?
She'll nod. Your point?
It puts me in a difficult position. You see, I don't want there to be a moment where I need to depend on your skills, and then I get stabbed in the back over it. The other day was some significant heightened emotions. Heat of the moment. Business. You, me, everybody. I understand that. I don't blame you for that. But we do have a problem now. That problem being, we don't have our prime suspect anymore. So now we can't ask him any questions. So now things have gotten harder. It doesn't actually solve anything if they're dead, you see. That's kind of a bit of a myth when it comes to this sort of thing. Just killing the criminal doesn't fix things. It just prevents them from doing anything in the future, and that includes giving evidence or reasons why, or information about locales or other things that they may know. So, for example, we believe that he is the copycat killer. A copycat killer. Why? The why is missing. We don't know why. We don't know where he took Sophia. We don't know, what sorts of tools he used or what other evidence could be found at that place. So things have gotten harder. That's the only part that I really blame you for at this point. I can understand why someone who grew up here would want to kill someone who so directly has terrorized their fellow citizens. Even if that person was just mimicking it. I get that. That makes sense to me. I haven't lived here that long. But hold on. Dean was feeling lonely. Hi, Dean. You're a good boy.
He finished Voda?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wanna play with the bunny? Okay, play with the bunny. She says, I can understand all of that. That all makes sense to me. So, you're in a pickle. I'm in a pickle. There's a trust issue going on here. The Justicar made it perfectly clear to me that if I get the feeling that you are not worth the effort anymore, that you're just gone. We will ship you off to Malice or wherever else to get deployed to finish out your service and your sentence. I want to believe that you can be salvaged. It's up to you, really, whether or not you want that. So I'm not going to waste any time trying to salvage what can't be salvaged. If you don't want to stay here and work on things and try to make amends for the foul up, making things harder, we'll call it that. I know that wasn't your intent. However, that's the result, and we pay for the results, not our intentions. So, if you want to continue here, I'm happy to help you with that. But if you would rather serve out your sentence and go to Malice or wherever it is that they want to send you, I'm equally happy to facilitate that decision of yours. I'll tell them I have no use for you and you can go off. And you will not have to deal with this nonsense again. So, that's up to you. One of your belongings, I think that you can use, that'll help make the time here in the brig a little bit less terrible, is this. And she produces your data slate. Says. So, this is the first thing that I'm going to give back to you. And she hands it through the bars.
Maria will take it, but she won't say a word.
She says, my number's in there, so let me know what you want to do whenever you come to that decision. I find that these cells can be very illuminating into one's own self if given enough time alone to think. So I'm going to give you that time to think. And I will check in with you tomorrow and see if you've come to a decision. If not, I will check in with you the day after. Alright?
Maria won't respond to her.
Okay. She says, alright. And then she turns and leaves. So you have your data slate back.
To be clear, this is not the chewed up one, correct?
Correct. It's not the chewed up one. It's the one you got with Beetlejuice's money.
Yes, Tacklehead's Beetlejuice juices.
Beetlejuice's money, our money, same thing.
Yeah, at least you can play like Flappy Bird in prison. So.
It truly is a grim, dark future. The only game allowed.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, guys. You heard Maria is pro-communism.
That's okay. You're the one who paid for it, not me, so we're still okay.
All right. So what would you like to do?
Anything but Flappy Bird.
Jesus.
Calls Beetlejuice. Bitch hangs up.
I suppose the first thing she's going to do is check up on the news.
Okay. Yeah, it does seem like an article came out about Thomas Wren. It looks like the media is carrying it like it was a murder, possibly gang-related murder, because he was on a gang and drug task force before he moved over to the Flenser. So they think it's a reprisal. That's the media's take on it. They don't have any quotes from any Arbites. They don't, say that they, any information from a source within the Arbites. It's just, conjecture, really.
Yeah. We weren't still following up with the drug deal. Oh, no, wait. Maria doesn't know that, so... Gregory's number, Gabriel's number, the nerd, his number is definitely in her phone.
Regrettably.
Regrettably.
She's going to send him contact information about her dealer. And if possible, she's going to send it as like a how do I want to say it? As like an anonymous text. So doing whatever is necessary for it to be sent so that it's at least requires a reasonable amount of effort to trace where it came from.
Okay. Give me a security and then tech use roll.
Oh, Jesus. Well, if I can lick my way out of magnets, surely I can text someone.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm not a boomer.
With your tongue, right?
Well, it might help, honestly. Well, alright. Bad news is my thumbprint doesn't work.
Bad news is you're not really sure how to properly encrypt it.
Even worse news, it's definitely not anonymous.
Dear Gabriel,
Yes,
here's the info for my drug dealer.
Signed
from my iPhone.
Maria Luminet.
I end up sending... I send it anonymous, but I send it with a selfie on accident.
Yeah. Okay, so...
Just that confused selfie.
And then followed up with, how do I stop taking pictures?
Gabriel. Just keep proving Gabriel right.
It's a new phone. Cut me some slack.
Gabriel will say, I've already acquired a sample, and how do you have your phone?
They don't know about my situation, right?
We know you. I know you've been arrested.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, Gabriel would know you've been arrested. I mean, they all know you've been arrested. They just don't know how badly you've been arrested.
If I just send yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just send like a smiley face emoji.
Okay.
And then that's it. Like, I will no longer be responding after that.
Smiley face, golden throne.
That would come in as like a new... Well, no, it would be my old number, wouldn't it? Yeah, they know how to port numbers over. It's fine.
That's fine.
And then... assuming... I'm going to text Beetlejuice the information on how to re-access my apartment.
Okay.
Because I know he has a phone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Beetlejuice, you get a text from Maria about how to access her apartment.
Gee, I wonder who bought that phone. Looks
New
really
phone.
nice.
New phone, who this? No joke. No new phone. Who is this contacting me?
Well, seeing as I sent my address with it, I assume you could put two and two together.
Yeah, but you've been arrested.
Oh, what? I'm just gonna send. No, you know what? I'm not gonna send it anymore. He's a smart guy. He'll figure it out.
Okay.
I'll tell him he could just teleport through the door if he needs to.
Okay, you text, teleport through the door if you need to.
Screenshot sends that to Brutilla. Question mark, question mark, question mark.
You don't have her number, you fucker.
Then to have locked that.
I'm 2 steps away from getting her Snapchat.
Block, you get a text message from Beetlejuice.
Jesus. A group of millennials play Dark Heresy.
What does the message contain?
Beetlejuice, what does your message contain?
It contains a screenshot of Maria asking me to do stuff for her. Apparently.
No, it was just hey, you can access my apartment. It wasn't hey, get into my apartment, do this, this, and this. It was hey, here's how you can get into my apartment.
But why?
As in, she had offered you to stay at her apartment, and the offer was genuine. And she is yeah, I'm kind of
okay.
locked up. So
Okay,
it wasn't a get in there and find my drugs and hide them so nobody else gets them. It was yeah, you had said you have to sleep in a really shitty barracks. Here you go.
Oh, okay. I will not send to. I literally thought you were asking me to pick up some drugs to send to jail.
No. If that's the entire way that was interpreted by him, you're totally welcome to do that.
No, but if you send a message like that, because from your out of character description of it, that's what I thought you were talking about.
No, too late. It's
Tell
already been
me
sent
exactly. Okay. No, it's gonna be okay then. But anyway, that doesn't change. The message to Havelock would be has Maria reobtained her communication methods?
Havelock's gonna send a text message. What the fuck do you want me to do about it?
You have the number to Brutilla, right? Check, please.
Just gives you the 40k emoji of the gun to the head.
Bolter to the head.
Yeah,
Thank you.
to the head.
Actually, a water gun bolter.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a kind of 40k. That's right. Apple has stopped violence through their phones.
It's actually
it's a wacky fucking colored one.
It's actually it's a melt-a-gun.
Civilians are not permitted to send the sacred emojis.
That's right. It's only emojis that are based with your career. So
you need to be. I guess. Well, if she's still a commissar, she could send a Maria could send a bolter emoji, but you cannot.
Oh shit! That canon.
Just be emoji head with a cybermaster's mouth around it, like glitching.
So does Havelock reply with the answer? Vito just gonna say thank you. I wait for your response at your earliest convenience.
Havelock's then gonna look at his phone, lock it, and then just place it face down on the table next to him.
You're gonna receive a message every hour.
He's gonna
after the third message, he's just gonna block your number.
All right. With that, she's also going to. Oh man, she's gonna put in an order with her plug. She needs that. But she'll get into the details later.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I suppose, she will message Brutilla and say she will assist with the investigation until it is finished, but that's it. Like, she knows what side the bread is buttered on, and she's aware that, like, this is some bullshit.
Okay. You get a picture of her snake.
Snakes. Yes! Haha, y'all. She sent me her snake. I'm in. And just like that, I'm out.
The snake seems to be very happy.
Guys, I have a picture of Yig's descendant.
Okay, so let's do a little fast forward to something a little more interesting.
Woo!
Woo! Okay.
I guess the thing that would happen in the interim fast forward is Gabriel will double check and see if the the house that Tom's mother Mindy was reassigned.
Yeah, go ahead and give me a I've seen this before. Yeah, it's been reassigned. It was reassigned like 20 years ago.
Okay.
So it's had a couple of different tenants since then.
Is it presently assigned?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, some fabrication worker for Alston Cap.
Alston Cap fabrication worker.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. That's almost suspicious enough to be worth investigating further.
The paranoia, it really does it to you.
I feel like I should get the paranoia talent for free, actually.
You're certainly playing like you are. The sun doesn't rise on the morning of the 3rd.
Yeah, that's fair.
When your various alarm clocks go off on the 3rd, you get up and you're curious as to why it's still dark out, and then it hits you when you check your windows and such. Sekmet is in full eclipse of the local star. It is complete abject darkness in places that don't have synthetic lighting.
Well, time to go buy some nods.
The morning news describes general protocols for moving about the city. You should not move about the city without a personal light source, flashlight, torch, or glow lamp. You should not leave your exterior building lights on past midnight. You should turn them off, and then turn them on when you wake up in the morning. You should not leave your personal home lights on for extended periods of time. Your interior lights. All vehicles have to be equipped with working lights. And street lamps will be on between regular working hours, which is most of the day. It's about 18 hours that are covered by the regular working hours. The Imperium only gives you 6 hours of sleep. So
6 whole hours.
Yeah, just for you. Now, you may have like a 12-hour shift at a factory, like if you were a factory drag, but then the rest of your 12-hour day is yours. So, Depends on the kind of life you lead. So that is what you wake up to on the morning of the 3rd.
To anybody specific or everybody?
Everybody.
Does the people in the barracks, the soldiers on the PDF, receive like something special or additional?
No, they don't receive any special alerts.
Okie dokie.
Oh, you're still sleeping in the barracks?
Yeah, Beetlejuice is a little bit paranoid, and he doesn't know where your texts come from, even though it could be you.
Not to mention
But
your
this-
door had a huge hole in it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So, you receiving a data slate, but like Brutilla not saying anything when I asked her about like what's happening with you, which was a little bit after she probably received the information about you.
So then I guess
Working
I
on
suppose
her?
like the next day or so, Maria would be like, did my gun show up? Like, it'll be like basic text, like, hey, my gun show up? Thanks.
I have sent this number to be reviewed by the authority to review if you really are Maria. I'm still waiting for standby. Blame Havelock, dude. He just
even
needed
know.
to forward.
I don't even know how to begin to respond to that. It's like texting your grandparents. They're like, I don't believe it's really you.
This could be so easily solved if Havelock was like, hey, can you tell Beetlejuice if she's out? But Havelock's like, fuck you, Psyker. Which is fair. Nobody likes Psykers.
To be completely honest, it's more of the fact of Brutilla hasn't slept in like 3 fucking days. Do I look like I'm a moron? Do I look like I'm gonna send her a message out of the fucking blue at night time and wake her ass up? No fucking way, not over this shit.
She probably doesn't like, she's probably not gonna sleep for like the first 12 hours because she needs to take all the adrenaline out in the recap. Although she probably has her phone like, what is it, the ringer off, I imagine, at this point.
I've killed gangers. I've fought mutants. Hell, I even punched a fucking orc in the mouth. But that woman, she scares me.
You're like the guy in the workplace that doesn't have like a clear line of communication, and you just like block the entire railroad.
Yeah, everything goes through me, and nothing goes through me.
It's like, I do not work on the weekends. Goodbye, click.
Yeah, it is 5 o'clock. I'm going home. What do you mean? There's still 3 people in the store. I'm going home.
It's the middle of Wednesday, weekend. Click.
Got a doctor.
First couple of hours, see the work group chat, and ignore all of it.
All right.
Oh my god.
Stick on your end, Maria.
Oh my jeez. You know what? I'm just gonna keep bothering him then. I'm just going to keep sending messages. Even if it's just like absolute nonsense. She's just gonna keep bugging him. She needs to know.
Bugging whom, sorry?
Well, I mean, do I have yeah, I do have Havelock's number, right?
Yeah, he's gonna block that number real fucking quick.
There's no reason. He's just being an asshole at this point.
Oh
No,
my
sorry, I missed the initial message. What, sorry?
She will message Havelock and be like, inform Brain Boy that this is in fact Maria.
Oh, okay, hang on. This is something that I do want to ask. Is Maria now a criminal? Because she has been charged?
She has
I've
been
technically been a criminal before.
She has been charged and sentenced, so she is in fact a criminal.
So the fact that I was even talking about the fact that she got arrested, but
No, being arrested doesn't mean you're a criminal.
yeah, I know, but like the fact that we haven't seen her or heard anything about her, Havelock's going to assume that she's been charged. Is that a reasonable...
Yeah, that's a reasonable assumption. The fact that she's even alive is interesting.
Havelock's going to simply message back, you are a criminal, you and I should have no association with each other whatsoever. And then he's going to like bump it down a couple of bits, and he's like, have a nice day.
Smiley face.
Shit-eating grin smiley face.
See you at the bar later and just send him like a thumbs up emoji. This is painful.
I guess you could try Gabe.
I was gonna say yeah, and then he blocks your number like directly after he sends that message.
Oh my god. Well,
Havelock is a cock.
Jesus. All right. This family
He's a criminal. I have hatred criminals. I'm playing the character down.
Oh my god.
Livesy,
dysfunctional family.
Livesy. Okay, forward, Livesy. I love you, but Havelock is a fucking drungo.
He's a drunk. Listen, you fucking wallaby.
Okay.
All right.
You know what? I'm just like, you fuck. There's nothing else I can reasonably do to progress anything. We're done.
You could absolutely text Gabriel.
Fine. We've already texted him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Gabriel blocks your number 2.
Oh my god. I will text him and be like, hey, inform Megamind that this is my number. And I'll like send him a screenshot of the messages from me to Beetlejuice.
I'll note specifically that you didn't respond to my message. I was like, did you get your phone back? And you just didn't. You sent an emoji.
Yeah. That's you know. Anyways, she's just gonna send that and just like let it be.
Okay, Gabriel will inform. Gabriel will just forward the entire text chain.
Jesus.
To Beetlejuice?
Yes.
Okay, Beetlejuice, you receive a massive text chain. One of the
Does it also include Havelock?
Yeah.
Oh my.
So so the sergeant in the barracks is like, can you just fucking not with your fucking slate? Please?
He has a ringer all the way up. What did you
We're trying to play Tonk over here. You're disturbing enough without all of your fucking your ringtones and shit. Jesus. Emperor be praised.
Have respect to your elders. Goes back to his phone.
Fuck you.
They start putting batteries in a sock. Oh, I'm gonna respect you,
Yeah,
hard old man.
I was about to say Beetlejuice about to get his ass beat in the barracks. I've seen this happen before. It's not pretty, guys. Look away.
I'm about to
Okay, so
respect him so hard.
What's it called? Code Red?
Okay, Beetlejuice has a complete tonal shift, like, hello, Commissar Maria. How's prison, or lack of?
Yeah, she's just gonna like text him back and be like, yeah, did you go check on my packages? Thanks.
Screenshots. The charge on his data, on his life savings. Could you explain this?
Who are you sending that to?
Send it
Maria.
to me.
Oh.
It seems that you sent me to a shop to buy a data slate, which you said me you had none, and then when we exited the store, you conveniently had a second data slate, and it seems a second data slate was charged to my account.
Oh man,
I could press charges for this.
Maria could totally lie her way out of this, right?
I told her to charge me, but she said, no, he will pay for it.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna be like, I told her to ring it up on my card, and she said she would handle it.
until this problem is solved, I will take your delivery for myself. Thank you very much. Clicks. Beetlejuice is going to go to her apartment and steal her gun.
You motherfucker!
Alright,
You
so,
son of a bitch!
so you go by her apartment building, you walk in, they recognize you, they let you in.
Yep.
You walk up to the front desk. Graveling says, the peppy receptionist. She says, have you seen Miss Luminette? She hasn't been by her hab in a few days, and we're holding a package for her. It's kind of big and heavy.
Beetlejuice is going to show like the beginning of the conversation of her asking for him to pick up the bag.
Oh, she's out of town.
Yeah,
Okay.
Out of town! What? No!
I mean,
She's about to be out.
to be fair, you could be so far underneath the precinct that it is technically out of town. I don't know how far that jail goes.
Yeah, and Beetlejuice is also gonna take like the car, so he says like he's gonna take care of like her hab for a while.
Okay, that's fine. Do you want me to just send the item up, and since you're going to be watching the hab for a bit?
Can Maria try to text her?
You don't have Lydia's number.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I have an access to building maintenance, right?
You have to go through the receptionist for building maintenance.
Oh, son of a bitch.
And how do you
Beetlejuice
know that
says-
he's even doing this?
Because he said he was.
That's true.
He flat out said it. This motherfucker. God.
Yeah. Beetlejuice.
I know what I'm going to do.
That'll be appreciated. if
I'm
anything
going
go
to
up.
text my trusty friend Barack. He has never failed me before.
All right, so to finish up this particular scene in the apartment building,
I want to remind everybody that you said these sessions ago that only you had his number, which was on the data slate that was chewed up, and Brutilla didn't even have it, so she might have not put it in.
I
so
imagine it got carried over.
so Beetlejuice, you get sent up to her apartment. It has been fixed, and the furniture's been replaced.
Oh no. He's gonna meet the creepy ass. Hey, wait, what about my TV?
That's been replaced. That was shot to hell.
Okay, good. Game stations too, or not?
You don't have game stations. Are you kidding?
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, it probably stole them.
The Vox and the the feed for vid and such are there though. So you get
Okay.
you get the 40K equivalent of like Dateline, NBC, and 60 Minutes and C-SPAN basically.
Son of a bitch. All right.
Oh, and the Catholic channel.
Ah, man. And somehow it's got like 60 reserved channels for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're all different, liturgical broadcasts from around the subsector.
There's 65 channels. And 60 of them are the evangelicals.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
You do not have a subscription to HBO anymore.
Motherfucker.
Fuck.
Right?
I wanted to see Game of Golden Thrones. I don't know.
Wow. Okay. So, do you text Barack? Can't believe this is my life as a DM. Just, hey,
I
do you,
mean,
who are you
that
texting?
was an interesting question as to like, is all art in the Imperium just religious art, or is there room for other art?
Absolutely
No.
not. So,
Not anymore.
if you've read the first Horus Heresy book, there is an implication that artists were a big deal in the early Imperium because they sent them to be remembrancers to capture moments in the Great Crusade and to pass those into art. And that is that's part of just human nature to uplift our heroes and to capture them in art and have that immortality saved there. So when you have a society that creates art, you have a vested interest in two things: promoting belief and promoting heroism. So these two things are your basic building blocks of the other arts. So when you go back to the early days of art, cave paintings and such, you have acts of heroism in depictions of hunts, and then you have acts of belief in depictions of deities and that sort of thing. And you have occasionally like historical records type stuff where you'll have a depiction of like a festival in a cave painting, and that's going to be true of pretty much every society. So I would argue, I think some people who are like super serious about 40K and are like heavy purists and miss the fact that it's satire would say absolutely not. All of the art is liturgical, or all of the art features space marines and heroic moments. Absolutely not. I think that's bunk. That's bullcrap. There's got to be the expression of ideas in art. And there's got to be the expression of your heroes, your beliefs, and what daily life is like. That's always going to come through in art. So I do think there's like equivalents to like movies and that kind of thing. But I do think they're heavily propaganded. There's a lot of propaganda in them. So like there's absolutely like a version of The Godfather, right? But it's instead of just like following the Corleone family, it's following the servants of the Imperium that catch the Corleone family. Does that make sense?
Indeed. A very interesting perspective.
So, I think there's a lot of room for, this kind of joking around in a way. But I do think it would be a real thing in society. Just like how I don't think a society that is described in the Imperium would ever work long term of just being drudging work day after day. There has to be downtime for people, and there has to be a way for them to let off steam. And that's why usually whenever I have like a setting like St. Astrid's, there are ways for people to do that. There's the mimicry of our regular lives in the fact that there's TV and radio, there's a newspaper, there's periodicals, there's smartphones where they can look up information or keep in contact with one another, there's
or text each
other and then there's of course strip clubs, because that's never going away. So
well, I mean, the first Eisenhorn book definitely has a prostitute in it.
Right. So I think 40K a lot of the time falls back on the heel of we have to be grimdark 100% of the time, and it misses some interesting and important things that it could cover by trying to be too grimdark, and it goes too far, whereas it crosses a line from we're trying to be really serious, and it goes into the realm of we're taking ourselves too seriously. So anyway, continue. You guys were texting about the text of Barack.
Yeah, you know what? She really doesn't want her gun getting stolen, so she's gonna go for it and text Barack and say, "Hey, can you show up to my apartment and pick up my gun?" And like, she'll text him the address and leave it at that.
I will text back and ask, "Who is this?" Because she's never called. She's never texted me, and I don't have her number.
Again!
What if I text a picture, the picture from Brutilla?
Ooh, the snake.
That might get me in trouble, wouldn't it?
Well, then I'd question
Giving you a
why
phone was a
Detective
mistake.
Priscilla is texting me, because I don't know her house either.
Well, yeah, but she's. Oh, fuck. I hate this. I hate all of this.
Give up, Devo. You were
Like, if you would just tell me who you are, I might do it.
She will text, and she will text back with like the most deadpan face of yourself.
It's literally every time with Maria, it's that Arrested Development quote, which is like, "Stop lying, stop manipulating, be nicer." That's literally all you need to do.
No.
All right, so I know it's Maria, and you've texted me your address, right?
Yes.
Well, I really don't want a gun being left loose, so yeah, I'll
Especially
go.
Maria's gun.
Well, I could care less if it's hers or not. You're no longer my superior
Motherfucker's gonna
officer.
steal my gun. Son of a bitch.
I'm not keeping it, but I'm not gonna let it loose either.
All right, so you head over to the apartment.
You're gonna
Yes.
put it on a leash?
Okay. so Barack, you show up to the building. They let you in. The receptionist says, "Hi, can I help you?"
Yes, I was sent by Maria Luminette to pick up some sort of package.
That's interesting. Someone else is already taking care of her apartment at the moment.
Know that? Shit.
She didn't tell me that. I'll show the text messages and the picture of actual Maria on there.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and call up to the room. So she dials the room number. Tao. Ring.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
Does he know how phones work?
Hi, this is Graveling at the front desk. There is someone else here to pick up the package.
Can you describe them for me, please?
Yes, and she goes ahead and begins to describe Barack. She says he is about 6'1". He's got fair skin, brown hair, brown eyes.
Okay. Can you put him on?
Yeah, she passes the phone to you, Barack.
Hello, who's this?
Hello, it's Beetlejuice. Sanctioned Cypher.
So Maria told me to go pick up a gun. She's getting delivered.
Barack, can you do me a favor?
Depends.
Can you give me 20 thrones?
Maria has stolen almost all the money on my bank account. So I'm taking her gun until she gives it back.
So how much does she owe you?
Enough.
Well,
the thing
she owes me
is
too.
that-
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, okay.
Damn it.
Oh,
I hate all of you.
Unionizing.
This is
bullshit.
very interesting. This is very interesting, Barack, because if I press charges, that would not help her current situation.
I don't think much will help her current situation.
Do you want to help me keep her gun and until she pay both of us back?
So how much does she owe you?
Something like 60 thrones.
60? You're full of shit.
I don't remember the price. Was it something like 40, 50?
No! A fucking data slate is like 20 thrones.
That was a lot of money for me.
Data
You
slates.
were getting like 5 times as much.
Data slates 25 thrones.
Yeah, okay, that was not 50%. It was 30%.
See? It's not even a drop in the bucket. Like a third of a drop in the bucket.
So,
Oh Lord.
it's 20 thrones. I'm gonna give her gun back. I just would please like my money back.
Didn't say
How
please.
about since you said she took almost all your money and you only have like 20 thrones, I take it, left? How about I just pay you what she owes you, and then I'll square up with her later?
I think the lesson's more important.
Well, once again, I would also be squaring up with her, so...
You guys think I'm gonna learn?
Maria, you're not there.
Yeah,
but we kind of all know she's not gonna learn.
see,
We know deep down, or at least I do. That's why I'm trying to save this poor, simple psyker.
I'll keep the gun with me for a day, and then tomorrow you can pick it up. Sounds fair to you?
Sure, that works.
yeah, but now he has to drive back out there.
I can't drive. I don't have a car.
Yeah.
I lost it thanks to you.
Beetlejuice is offering for you to also spend the night in the apartment because it's Maria's, and she owes both money.
You're a.
This is out of your own actions.
Oh.
All right.
I'll politely decline.
Okay. All right. So, do you leave empty-handed, Barack?
Yes, me and Beetlejuice has come to an understanding.
Okay. So you go ahead. You go ahead and you leave the apartment building. You go home, I guess, unless you want to go shopping.
I guess I'll pick up. I guess depending on how much they are, a couple glow lamps.
Sure. We'll settle up after I go ahead and close out for you guys.
All right.
You guys do get paid. It's a new month. So your April wages, you get paid your regular wages for whatever your rank is.
Wow.
Okay. And we'll pick up somewhere around here next time we meet, which won't be Halloween. Halloween is near and dear to my heart, so...
Oh, great. More, text group chat.
Mm-hmm.
Are we gonna watch, what is, Ghost Stories, the dubbed version?
Whatever you guys want to do is all you. I will be handing candy out to trick-or-treaters, so...
But
You can do both.
Mm.
I'll be shooting trick-or-treaters with rock salt shells.
Oof. They do it differently in Australia, apparently. So,
I think trick-or-treaters are fucking emus, but anyway.
That's because they're upside down.
Because they're emus.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. So we'll meet again on the 14th of November.